In the Rocky Mountain time zone. So we will begin today's Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners meeting, March 21st, 2023, regular session. And the first item of the day will be administrative approval of marijuana licenses, and I see three of them up. Nanette, are those all, are these admin approval? And
They're all admin approval. Staff recommends approval of all three. All the applications are in order and complete.
consider it done.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is public comment. As always, do we have public comment? Anyone who wishes to come up and speak? And just so we know, there will be, Peter, another public comment session during our
The land use hearing specifically for
the land use.
related to the land use.
So if you have a comment regarding the land use hearing in the Wallstrom quarry, you can save that until later on. That would be a better opportunity rather than to do that now. If you have any other items for public comment, we'd love to have anyone either online, raise your hand. You'll see a little raise hand button somewhere, and or if anybody in the room has anything to say. Yes, ma'am.
What about for Charlie's place?
Would you like to come up and speak to Charlie's place? Yes, you come up to the podium here, please, and state your name and where you live.
My name is Sheila Carlin. I live in Golden Gate Canyon, just on the edge of the Fry Quarry area. But I've been a volunteer at Charlie's Place, the animal shelter, for almost 11 years. And I just wanted to speak in support of that because I know that there's budgetary issues for the shelter, and there's been talk of, perhaps even closing it at some point. That shelter serves a really important function in both counties. I was there during the pandemic, and people came and got animals, and that was really a matter of support. And I think this commission, they support the people in the area, and both of these counties are very animal-driven people. They're protective of their pets. It's part of their life. It's too bad that we have to have an animal shelter, kind of like we have to have nursing homes and a lot of other things that we need to take care of each other. And that shelter serves a really important function. I've been there when we've had people that died. We've taken their animals in. We took 6 animals from someone who died recently. We're rehabilitating them and finding them homes. People have car accidents, people get arrested, they die, we get all of the animals. It serves a really important function. And I was glad to see that there were letters of support, not only for the grant to help with the systems there. They also have a foundation where Mrs. Buck, who had donated a lot of money to the shelter, they continue to operate and use other expenses for that. There's a volunteer vet and a whole bevy of volunteers, of which I've been one. And I think it would be a real sad thing and a bad thing for the community and for both counties if that shelter were not to continue and be funded in a manner that it needs to keep it running.
All right, thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next.
If I may, I know we're not doing dialogue, but I do, just for the sake of the record, want to share that I've never heard this board in any setting talk about closing that facility. And just to clarify that we have a deed restriction on that facility. There was a permanent commitment for that to be an animal shelter.
Did you have anything to add?
I just said never. It's never been discussed.
Yeah,
in terms of
I think
closing.
I think the budget conversation created some impressions that, because of potential staff reductions, that was one of the places that was suggested from another quarter from staff. And so because it became part of the conversation, it kind of went viral and grew a life of its own. But the county commission has not. We've never had a single discussion about closing it. And as George mentioned, there's a deed restriction on it. It can only be used for that purpose anyway. So I think if we did not use it, it would go back to the family or something like that. So, so anyway, yes, that's true. And again, thank you for your comment. So the next item would be county commissioner updates. I'll toss it either direction, right or left.
I think mine will be pretty quick. Working to get a time on the calendar in the treasurer's office to talk about financial literacy and how we can support it better in our public schools. 7 states in the country actually have a graduation requirement of financial literacy. We're not one of them. Utah is the closest one, and this is essentially just a preliminary discussion. I know Treasurer Young he's a former educator. He's very passionate about this, and very exciting. In our public school here in Clear Creek, we're rolling it out as we speak. I think that's all I've got.
George?
Yeah, a couple things. I had a really nice meeting with Kay Axtell, who's applied for a seat on our Open Space Commission. And I had some concerns and wanted to satisfy them, and I want you all to know that those concerns have been satisfied. I think that Kay is going to be good in that seat if we choose to appoint her, and I want to ask that we get that on our agenda.
Okay.
I also just a note: the Clear Creek Wildland Partnership has kicked back up. Their first meeting is 10 to noon. This is the local wildland sort of fire suppression coordination and mitigation planning group. And also, I know I brought this up a while back that I've been invited to serve on the executive committee of an organization called the Northern Colorado Fireshed. This organization has shown a lot of ability to combine philanthropy and public funding to really move the needle. One big success was a project that the Forest Service finally got through its NEPA analysis. Those take a long time to cover. I'm not going to say the number because I can't recall it, but a dramatic swath of land, a meaningful swath of land in sort of the Boulder County area. So I'm pretty excited to join that group. I also know there's an action that this board can take to formally join that group without obligations, financial or otherwise. So I'm going to try to get that into the process and look forward to seeing what can come out of that. And that is everything I have on my mind this morning.
Well, I think
updating you on.
I think with regard to what each of you said, Sean, the financial literacy thing, I think the last time you brought it up, I'll say the same thing I did before, 100%. 100%. That's like a few things that are missing from some of our school curriculums today. That's one of the just top and center ones that will help people in life a lot, get people going. And also, I'm interested in knowing more about the opportunity to get into the Fireshed and organization and see what's involved and what might come out of it. And I also happen to, with regard to your comment regarding KX, still support her too. I personally was impressed with both my personal conversations with her as well as her interview, and I've actually had conversations with a few members, not all, of Open Space. And what I find actually is a strong commitment to and a belief that they were and are working towards meeting our goals from a number of the people that are there, and want to make sure that we're all on the same page and working together as a team. So, I'm glad. I hope to still make more progress in that area. There are a couple of other areas where I'm proposing. I have been talking for a while now, 2 or 3 months, with Dr. Cog, with Ron Papsdorf, with their executive director Rex, with Flo Rotano, about the fact that Clear Creek County, from a transportation funding and an influence standpoint, is one of a few places like East Arapahoe County, Gilpin County, Clear Creek County, who are non-MPO members of Dr. Cog. The STAC, which is the State Transportation Advisory Committee, which advises the Transportation Commission, the State Transportation Commission, for choosing where to spend money and what projects to spend it on, is made up of 15 people, one each from the 5 MPOs and one each from the 10 TPRs, Transportation Planning Regions. Clear Creek County belongs to one of those MPO organizations, except we are non-MPO members like Gilpin and a few other extraneous edges of some of the counties, which means we have no representation on the stack and we're not even legally. I've been at Dr. Cog for 6 years. I've been the chair of 2 different transportation organizations and still am vice chair or chair for about 5 years now. And yet I can't even be a candidate to sit on any of those committees because we're non-MPO members. And their bylaws require, and I think state law requires, that you have to actually be an MPO member or be a member of a TPR. So I'm talking to them about what it would mean for us and for all of these areas to become part of it, to become true MPO members and have the same opportunities to the funding that we can use on different roads beyond just Interstate 70. We can't argue that FHWA and CDOT aren't spending enough money on transportation in Clear Creek County. They're certainly doing that, but it's all going on one ribbon of pavement. So it'd be nice if we had the opportunity to deal with some of our rougher intersections and roads that are beaten up by the travel that comes through us and off of that interstate. So working on that one a little bit. Also, we have an opportunity to look into becoming part of a pilot project at NOCO that would inventory our pirate social trails that are going on that we've identified as a problem already in Clear Creek County, like all over the Rocky Mountains. Everything from, people leaving the road in off-road vehicles to, downhill mountain bike trails that people are sneaking out in the woods and cutting through areas that have no trails or roads of any kind. And so those need to be gotten under control. And so NOCO is embarking in Boulder County with a contractor to, and with the Forest Service to do some work there to inventory pirate social trails to give us information we can use to better manage that. So we're looking into it to see if Clear Creek County could join up. We're all the different counties are going to look at it and see if we can possibly join. And I let them know that we're interested in having them do the analysis to see, what it would take for us to be part of that. And of course, could make no commitment at all that we would be involved until we knew what the cost was and it came before the full commission, all 3 commissioners. So that just popped up in the last couple of days. And the only other thing I'll mention is that we had, with regarding Mount Evans and the name change most likely to Mount Blue Sky, that was held up, in the last couple of weeks. They went ahead and held what was to have been a celebration of the actual final change at the federal level, the name change. Since the March powwow in Denver was going on, there were hundreds of folks from different tribes that were in town. We had about 300 people at Colorado History that showed up for this event anyway to at least, celebrate and talk about the progress they'd made thus far. And it was stunning to hear the appreciation that they had to Clear Creek County among all the governmental entities for having led the way and made it possible for all the others to act. The Forest Service wasn't going to act, the BGN wasn't going to act, the state wasn't going to act, and the governor wasn't going to act, partially because that's a protocol they wanted to follow in a sequence, but partially out of abject political fear until somebody stood up. And so they actually, but what was different was, where before the state had said, you guys did such a good job of setting up your program and worked together so well that we're going to replicate your process and imitate it because it went so well. To hear it from numerous people from numerous tribes, we got, it wasn't because it was me, it was because it was Clear Creek that did it. There were about a dozen speakers there. Everyone was a Native American speaker except for one white person, and that was myself that got asked to speak, but it was on behalf of Clear Creek County because they appreciated the work we did. So it was just one thing that we did in the last couple of years that was pretty heartening to see that they looked at us as a model for how to get that stuff done. And I just want to share it because it was kind of a moving thing to have them thank us. People come up one after another and thank you for what you did. So anyway, like it or not, like the change or not, that's at least something that came out of it with some folks that appreciated it. And that's all I've got. Brian.
Speaking of Charlie's Place, there is a support of a grant on your consent agenda. That's submitting for a DOLA grant. Again, that's to fund the HVAC replacement in addition to solar on the roof. Excuse me. We did reach out to Gilpin at DOLA's request to determine if they'd be willing to help us with that match. As I suspected, they politely turned us down, given how much money they're already contributing to the operation. I think last time we had the joint meeting sitting in this room, I was sitting next to Ray and we did a quick calculation. It's between $1,000 and $1,500 per dog right now that they're contributing. So they politely declined that. However, they did ask for a joint meeting. They would like to have a joint meeting at Charlie's place. Most, if not all of their 3 commissioners have not even been to that facility. So they're asking for our next joint meeting to be held there. I think what I'll do is I'll work with Ray to get some dates and then pull the 3 of you to see if we can make some work for a joint meeting with Gilpin County.
Okay. And what did you say that on that grant application, what would our match be?
It's 175.
175 for a total amount of?
Total amount of,
700.
Oh,
and
That's-
our original,
so it's 25%.
our original quote just to replace the HVAC was close to 500,000.
How many square feet's that place again?
I don't remember. I didn't even know.
What was the question?
I mean,
Again, our-
I just thought it was a shocking number
It
compared
is.
to outside that
And our
how large.
out-of-pocket cost with the grant is only the 175, so.
Yeah, and, but what we're not get, what we
Still
would
a
get now
shocking
is, sorry, go ahead.
I've said still a shocking number, almost
Yeah.
$200,000.
And how many square feet's the place?
I don't,
5,500.
5,500. It does seem like a pretty high number, but if it's, if we're getting a new HVAC system effectively
And-
and a solar system, then what is the size of the solar system?
It is in the packet. I'd have to look it up. I didn't memorize all the
No,
numbers.
sorry, I didn't look.
So,
the purpose of the update here was really just to let you know that Gilpin County is requesting a joint meeting to discuss
Okay, all
Charlie's
right.
place out at the facility at some point.
All right, enough said. I'll look at that later,
Yeah.
just to satisfy my curiosity.
Okay.
But the bottom line is for 175, if we get a large solar system and a brand new HVAC system and we were going to have to pay 500,
It's
that's
definitely worth the,
big win.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with both of you that that's a really high number. I have a house that matches that square footage, and if a contractor was telling me that that's what I'd have to spend, I mean, that's more than the value of my house. Possibly, I don't know. Things have been crazy these days, but it is a shockingly high number, and I'm really excited that staff has found a way to expand the project, get some solar, and lower the number. I think it's a unmitigated success.
Yeah.
But I do have a comment on your question about the joint meeting.
okay,
I think there are some access issues we should think about, some public access issues. I know the public is very interested in our conversations around Charlie's Place. And I worry that trying to hold a meeting in a setting like that where we don't have the ability to put our conversation online is problematic. I think a solution to that could be for us to do a joint tour, ask some questions, learn about the facility, and then come back here and do our joint meeting here.
okay.
Do you not have broadband there?
Comcast.
Okay.
I mean, if there's, this is not a hard line for me,
Yeah.
but if there's, I know that facility and I'm struggling to think of a place where we can, do a meeting where the access that the public wants and deserves, is adequate.
Well, for a little place, why say us, little Clear Creek, we've really developed it pretty much a first class, class and a half, whatever. Pretty close to first class, hybrid Zoom facility right here to be able to do this in an effective way for the public. So much of the public has been interested in this that it might be a good way because then we could have a meeting that's out on Facebook and everything, and it could help dispel some of the mythology around, what's really going on with Charlie's Place, and people can see what we're doing and planning in that format. So, I mean, it's a little more complicated meeting. It means we go get a field tour and then we travel back here and afterwards have a meeting, but I'm amenable to it.
Okay,
And if my assumptions are wrong, then let's,
sure.
I can be flexible.
And this isn't like a 2-to-1 vote or anything. If you think it's a real dumb idea, then, it's not a sword I'll fall on either. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Yep. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not quite done yet. Well, there's a request for a resolution for Bojos.
Right.
So I'm not sure how we make that happen
April 1st.
by April 1st. We can't make that by April 1st unless you're gonna have a special meeting just to consider that resolution.
The only thing I would like is the opportunity to read through this and might add a line or something from my long,
You did a draft already?
Yeah.
yeah, it's right here. But I just haven't had a chance to read it yet.
So,
Okay, I wasn't aware you had a draft sitting next to you. I'm sorry. But it's also not on the agenda, so it's not like it can be approved today either.
No.
Yeah.
right.
So,
What we could do is, sorry, Randy, a 10-minute Zoom meeting and approve this.
yeah,
It's up to you.
Yeah.
I think that we can take a draft on April 1st, say some nice things, and ratify it on the 4th, and not have to do a special meeting or make it more complicated than it needs to be.
We can do that.
I could speak into this draft a little bit too.
Yeah, you can just give us
And then-
individual comments on that draft.
yeah.
That works. That works for us.
Numerous of us have long histories with Chip, and he and I go back to when he was selling shoes in Denver before he bought Bojo's. So I'd like to look at this, and I might add a word or two is all, and then we can throw that in the pile. And to me, this isn't like a resolution that all we're doing is thinking of, there's some really nice things said here, and might want to add another nice line of some kind that could be helpful without it. So it doesn't seem like it's a big legal issue. I wouldn't think Peter would think for us to be able to do that and let staff clean it up and add those things, take it, and we can ratify it, post ratify it on the 4th.
Okay.
Or you guys can post ratify it on the 4th. I'll be on, I won't make that meeting, but
Just please direct comments directly to Ron singularly. Don't copy anybody.
okay, yeah, we wouldn't want to break open records law over something that says something nice about Bojo's. I know that. So,
And I am available and excited to go.
good.
And Bojo's has been just an amazing institution. I've spent a lot of time asking various businesses for support on various projects, and it's always a yes from Bojo's. It's not even a thought. They're really incredible
Yeah,
foundation for this community.
They never fail to show up with either their space or their money or something to help out. So, and unfortunately, I won't be here on the meeting on the 4th to post ratify this, nor will I be here on the 1st for the Bojo's thing, because I'm leaving on the 31st and back on the 2nd or 3rd in the evening, depending on when the rest of the family gets out of where I'm meeting them. So, what else?
So we're trying to get our retreat date set. One of you responded immediately, and so that cut off 3 dates. So we're down to March 28th, April 6th, April 17th. I'm hearing from staff that we've got something happening that morning. It'd be really hard to move. So March 28th seems a little difficult. I'm hearing April 6th. There's a conflict there, which means we're down to April 17th.
That might be a problem for me. Yeah.
That was the date that worked for you, Randy.
I know. And then,
That's a Monday before Tuesday meeting.
The 28th, it's a staff conflict.
Yeah. We could meet later. We could meet at 11.
I actually think the 17th is still open. That I'm having some kind of deja vu that since I sent you that, something popped up on the 17th, but I don't see it in my calendar, so I'll commit to the
April
retreat on the 17th. If that's
If you could look at March 28th and April 17th.
17th is fine with me. April 17th.
What about 28th, March 28th?
That's next month, next week.
I have a ground ambulance licensing task force meeting, but I would be willing to not do that. Actually, I have a college secure savings program too that day, so it's not, I could make it work if I'm the only one.
17th works for me if it works for you. What about you?
It sounds like staff has a pretty significant challenge as well.
On the 28th?
On the 28th.
Yeah.
Yeah, well then let's
17th.
just do the 17th. That gives us more time to think about it up front.
Okay. 17th it is.
Okay.
What are the hours?
I'm assuming we're gonna light breakfast at 8, start at 8:30 and
Okay, I'll just mark off the whole day.
yeah.
Go as long as it goes. Yeah.
Just real quick, you did receive a request from the students, seniors at the high school for an after prom contribution. We've been doing that for the last 10 years. We'll go ahead and take care of that. It's in the budget. And then the next emerge meeting is May 10th at 6:30. FYI. And that's all I have.
Sorry to revisit the retreat. Are we going to do that offsite? Or are we going to do it here? Or we have yet to be determined?
Yet to be determined probably in this room. but we'll
Okay.
see.
How much are we doing for the senior prom?
$500, what we've done
Okay.
historically.
This is one of these conversations we don't really have clear policy on, in my mind. We send mixed signals to various nonprofits and we have a budget crisis and I don't know, it's not something that we need to make a top priority to create policy on, but just want to point that out.
Sorry. I was trying to put that in. Could you please say that again?
I was just pointing out that we don't have clear policy on contributions to nonprofits and send mixed signals because some nonprofits ask and we say, we don't have any money and we're trying to have a policy of not doing this anymore. And
So we used to say like we would support them if they were providing some social service that we were kind of directly or indirectly responsible for. Obviously not the case for a high school party.
I remember when we discussed it coming out of the pandemic, we said, we definitely want to help these students have a good time. And I'm not pushing back on the $500 contribution. Especially if you've given signals that it will happen.
Well, we haven't responded. I mean,
We could talk about it at the retreat.
When do they need to know?
Easy topic to get going. I meant talk about the policy. I'm fine with the 500 too.
Me too. And the larger policy conversation is
That's a good way to look at it.
it's an important one from a relationships perspective because there are a lot of nonprofits that are going to look at this and rightly view it as inconsistent with previous messages we've made.
Well, I think at the current time, we're still officially inconsistent, so we can make the contribution, but we should take it up at the retreat. Yeah, and create a consistent policy. So I'm okay with the $500 also. I think I heard that from all three of us.
Yep.
Ryan?
all good.
You're all good? Good to go? Next item, consent agenda. First of all, you each have the consent agenda in front of you. Is there anything any of you wants to pull off to discuss further? Nope. Hearing none, I'll read the consent agenda. Consideration of approval of warrant register. This is number one. Number two is consideration of approval of the county renewed grant application to the Department of Local Affairs for the animal shelter HVAC and solar PV project that we discussed a little bit ago. Number three, consideration of approval of the Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number four, consideration of approval of the March 7th, 2023, the Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. And that's the full consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second, with compliments to staff for getting this renewed grant application
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Charlie's Place.
Right. Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next and actually final item today that we have is a regular session, a public hearing to consider approval of resolution 23-22, rezoning to planned development application RZ 2022-0001, the Wallstrom's Quarry Spur Amendment, Adam Springer. Before we go into that, I would like to read some instructions that I have been, just to let everybody know how this hearing will be conducted. These have been kindly provided to me by our county attorney, Peter Lichtman, to make sure that we are as legal as he is able to advise us to be. Sorry,
Pretty
Peter
legal.
just had to toss that out there. We're all fallible. So this is a quasi judicial hearing process. And it has certain things that we need to do to make sure that it's done in a legal way. So for those who may be unfamiliar with how we consider land use changes in a public hearing such as this is the overview. We'll begin by hearing a presentation by county staff concerning the subject request. Then the applicant will have a chance to present its comments regarding the request. During those two presentations, but more likely once they're completed, the board may ask questions of the staff and the applicant. After that, the board may also just proceed to public comment. Public comment will then be opened up and comments will be taken. If you have submitted written comments, those comments have been provided to the board and are included in the backup material for this item. It is not necessary for you to repeat them today. You can be assured that the board has reviewed them and will consider them. Additionally, while anyone may make a public comment, we do ask that you limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. And if your comment has already been stated by another member of the public, it's not necessary to repeat the same comment. If you do repeat the same comment, just try to keep it short and say what they said about this thing. I agree, if you want to do that. But rather than to go through with a speech about the same thing, it's not necessary to do that in the interest of time. Once everyone has had a chance to speak, the public comment will be closed for the remainder of the hearing. That'll be the last opportunity for public comment. At that point, the board may ask additional questions of staff and the applicant, which may arise from the public comment that we heard or other things we think of, and may give the applicant a chance to speak public comments or make a final statement. The board will then deliberate and vote on the request. And then one more thing before we proceed. When we get to the public comment portion of this hearing, we will start with public comment from those that are attending in person and then take public comment from those that are logged in virtually. If you wish to provide public comment and you are logged in virtually, please raise your Zoom virtual hand and we will call on you in the order that you put that hand up and enable your microphone so that you can speak at that time. The virtual hand can be found on the menu on your Zoom screen, usually across the bottom, and it may be under dialogue or there's a certain piece on the bottom that allows you to make comment, and you'll see a place where you can raise your hand. And it may, and I'm not showing our screen, it may show up as just a raised hand on the bottom. The Zoom varies from format to format. It should be noted that Zoom chat comments or Facebook comments will not be entered into record, and we will not field questions about the case from the Zoom or Facebook comment sections. In other words, chat, we're not going to be responding to chat. We've got enough to do with the hearing without that. So with that, I think we're ready first, therefore, for a presentation from county staff. Adam Springer, you're the guy.
All right, so it'll take me a little bit to get set up. I'm guessing we probably don't want to start until 9:15, but I'm just gonna set my.
Now, that's true. This is a 9:15. Maybe we should state that because this is an official hearing, maybe we should take a 10-minute time to give everyone that wants to a bio break or whatever they'd like, or circulate around and get a drink of water. And do not talk to a commissioner in the hallway about this subject. That would be ex parte communication for a quasi judicial hearing.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
What's that? Yeah,
Oh, no, I see him.
nobody else, but you can. Okay, one other thing I'll say really quickly is that if we're doing today, first we're going to have the two presentations, first from the applicants or from staff and then from the applicants. And then after that, we'll be taking public comment shortly after that. There may be a little discussion, question and answer with us first before we go, and then public comment before deliberation. If you intend to comment, there is a sign-up sheet out on the table outside the door, I think, or where is it?
I didn't see one.
So if you want to make public comment, please sign up and then we'll take you in the order that you have signed up once you're on there. So I didn't announce that a little bit ago. I forgot. So just so you know. So, okay, we're all ready for the presentations to begin. Staff first, Adam Springer, take it away. Yeah, it's showtime.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good morning, commissioners. So I have a presentation. I'm going to try to keep it fairly brief. When I say fairly brief, it's probably about a half hour. But I wanted to go over a couple things first before I get started. So I'm going to share my screen. Then I want to go over, I think most of you all are familiar with how to navigate PDFs, but this is a really large packet. So I just wanted to kind of go over a few things with the packet. So I have my staff packet up currently and just kind of want to go over the bookmarks. So on the left-hand side, or sometimes it's different for other folks, but if you have this up, easy navigations and important documents, I'm going to just click on this bookmark tab right here to the left. And it kind of opens up all the chapters. So this is kind of just an easy, quick navigation way. So I can click to the staff report really quick. Also, some of them are sub-chaptered up like the application. And so you can click on the little sub arrow and then kind of access all the application materials. The important things for what I'm going to talk about today in the application are going to be the exhibits. So tied to the resolutions are going to be two exhibits, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. The narrative right here is Exhibit B. I've got that labeled, and then kind of down towards the bottom of the application is going to be the official development plan and then the stipulations and conditions which go into the official development plan. And that's Exhibit A. So that's kind of the important piece of the plan development rezoning, and I just kind of wanted to point that out. You can close down those subchapters and then access everything else. The other two things are the resolutions too, which are at the end of your staff packet. So draft resolution for denial, draft resolution for approval. Again, these are drafts, something that staff's created. It's your document, so obviously you can amend those. So with that, I've got a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll switch over to this. And again, a few slides just to kind of outline stuff. I'm not going to be really reading from my staff report, but I did want to highlight on, I think, the important pieces of this application. Again, a really large packet, so I kind of wanted just to touch on those points that I think are really important to go through. And then obviously the applicant is here with a presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions at any point in time. So this first slide right here is kind of going to be a general outline of what I'm going to talk about today. Minimize that a little bit. And so it just goes over general proposal, surrounding area and zoning. And then I want to get into referral responses. I'm not going to go into depth on these. I do have all of the referral responses in their entirety in your staff packets, as well as I also summarize those in the staff report too. But we did receive about 200 referral responses, so I do want to touch on those, and I'll kind of break those down a little bit so you can understand that. Next item would be the discussion topics, which are not standards for approval, but I think they're important to understanding the context of the application, and some of these actually indirectly relate to the standards for approval. So there's like 5 or 6 things I wanted to talk about here. And then the standards for approval. So this is kind of the meat and potatoes, if you will. This is what the staff utilizes, the planning commission utilizes, and ultimately Florida County commissioners utilize to understand if their request should be approved or denied. So there's a list of standards, and I'll go through those pretty much one by one, so we have a good understanding of that support.
And so, and that's an important point, because Peter and I talked about that just a moment ago. There are a lot of things that we might hear in comments. There are a lot of comments or opinions we may have. There's a lot of subject matter we may have, but there are only certain criteria that we can consider for approval according to the law. And so we So the point is that there may be things that are very, very important factors, but they're not allowed to affect our decision-making. There are only certain criteria that can affect our decision. And I presume that those are what those standards will address.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. And all of our entitlement processes have these standards or sometimes they're called criteria for approval. And those have been approved through Board of County Commissioners for our entitlement processes. And that's what staff and Board of County Commissioners base their decision off of is that.
Right.
So, you have 2 draft resolutions that are in your packet. If you decide to approve it, staff has already some standards in there and why we feel that it meets those standards. If you decide to deny it, you really want to list the standards you think it's not meeting and then provide support on why you don't think it's meeting that standard. So yeah, it's kind of the basis for decision making for sure. And I'll go over a little bit more with that. And then the last 2 things I want to talk about is the Planning Commission recommendation and then finally staff recommendation. So just thought I'd kind of get that out there. And we'll slide down. So the proposal itself is pretty straightforward. There's just a lot going on with it, a lot of support information as well. So the proposal is to rezone and amend through a plan development process. So a plan development process is essentially a custom zoning district and a development review rolled up into one process. And the approval documents are going to be essentially your resolution and then what we call an official development plan. And that's the important piece right there. The official development plan includes a site plan, a survey. It includes all the uses that you'd normally see like in a zoning district. And then it has like setbacks and area restrictions. And then last, it has stipulations and conditions in order to adhere to the rest of the zoning regulations. So that's really the big piece. And you'll hear me talk about that a lot, the official development plan or ODP, as we like to call it for short. So the proposal is really to add another 229 acres of land proposed to be mined and reclaimed. With this includes building envelopes to create and allow for buffer area. And the big thing to kind of write home is the purpose is really to provide longevity of the mining operation, not to increase production. So it's really to expand the length of the ability for them to operate. So there's a limited time, and I'll let the applicants kind of talk to that, of how long they could currently operate under their current area. And then we also last talk about future uses. There is a page of the ODP that has a phase 2 future uses. So this is pretty conceptual. So any type of future uses past the mine will need to go through an entitlement process. And we ensure this through a stipulation and condition, but it provides kind of a conceptual look of what could happen. And the big thing there is really, I think, the reservoirs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So that's kind of the proposal in a nutshell. Pretty straightforward. So next I want to just show a couple of slides to just get some imagery here. So these are all the separate parcels that are included in this plan development. So in this area, you have the existing PD or the existing mined area right here. And for the most part, the spur amendment is going to be kind of in this area. It does include a couple parcels to the north, but what they're kind of proposing is to incorporate that into one PD right there. And then the next slide is going to be a zoning map. So this kind of goes into my surrounding uses. So a zoning map is great to look at because it provides information on the uses allowed in the area. So to kind of orient everybody, I mean, you're probably pretty familiar, but this is the subject quarry mine right now, the Wallstrom Quarry, in red, and red stands for plan development zoning. Again, that's that custom type of zoning. And I'll kind of break down the different colors that we're seeing. So this is I-70 as it runs through the county, and this is kind of the top of Floyd Hill right here. So the other areas in red are going to be the Beaver Brook watershed, which you see here. And then kind of towards the top of Floyd Hill is going to be the Tech Park, the Marte building. You have the Fire Authority building. And then right across the street, you're going to see some C1 zone property in blue. So that's commercial 1. That's our most common commercial zoning district that we have in the county. So there's already some existing commercial uses up there. And then there's also potential for some future ones that aren't currently developed. I will point out too that this little blue parcel is what they're proposing to conserve right in that Floyd Hill area. That's kind of the Floyd Hill Meadow, as they call it. And then also, just as we get closer to here, there's going to be the concrete batch plant that's here. There's the restaurant that's down a little bit further. And then you've got, as you get closer to Idaho Springs, you got the incorporated area, which contains a number of mixed uses. And then we have some industrial uses here as well. And then you go up to Central City. We also have some M1 zone property, which is kind of this blue area, which allows for mining and or residential type uses. Any types of mining uses need state approved permits, but that's kind of our main residential slash mining district. Then you have some conservation districts, NRPC, which is kind of this light green, kind of hard to discern here on the map. And then this green area is residential. And then all of the other yellow area, which predominantly includes this area, is going to be our MR1 zoning district, which is our most common residential zoning district. And you can kind of see the breakdown of the parcels, the Floyd Hill area right in here. So this gives you kind of understanding of what's happening in that area. And again, here's the spur amendment, this piece that they're wanting to essentially incorporate into that area. So the next slide, I think, does a pretty good job of breaking down the acreages for what's being proposed. So the existing plan development, 285 acres, they're allowed per their permit and the plan development to mine all of those 285 acres. The proposed new plan development, that spur amendment, adds an additional 464 acres to the whole property. But out of that, only 229 acres is under that mining piece. So only 229 acres would be allowed to be disturbed and mined. This adds the total for the whole plan development to 749 acres. The total allowed to be mining for the total project would be 494, and then 255 of that would be buffer or undisturbed property. And then this kind of visualizes that, if you will. So this is taken again from the ODP, the official development plan that's in your packets. And this shows the building envelopes, which pretty much this light gray area is going to be the area that is under the mining permit that has the potential to be mined. And then anything in the dark gray area is going to be that buffer area. And the next couple slides, I kind of just zoom in on some of the ODP pieces. So all of these are pages taken out of the official development plan. This zooms into the main entrance that you see today. On a site visit, we kind of parked here at the Texaco Placer. This is the finish mill kind of up in this area that we were up there at. And then this is kind of the highway right there. We crossed to get over there. So this is kind of, when you're driving down I-70, this is really kind of that main piece that you see as you're going through there. And then to zoom in just a little bit further, here again is the Texaco Placer. You could see the building envelopes as you kind of zoom in. So this light gray area would be the area that could be disturbed, dark gray area, not so much. So you can see in here, they have a building envelope here. They're kind of conceptually proposing the new scale house here. However, they can put it anywhere they want within that building envelope. Kind of gives them flexibility with that. And then they've also provided a conceptual architectural plan as well with that new scale house. They could potentially change this, but it just gives you a good understanding of what they're thinking about putting in there. All of this will be reviewed if it gets approved during the building permit process. We take a look at these and make sure they adhere to all of our criteria when it comes to building and site design, but it gives you a conceptual piece for this. And then lastly, you got that phase 2, the future mining piece. And again, it's conceptual. Anything, there are notes, anything that does get approved at that point in time will need to go through that entitlement process or whatever that applicable piece is, but we'll need to go through the public hearing to be able to follow through with these future uses. And really the big thing to note are these, I think, reservoirs here, and they do have already a water right for one of those. And the next slide, what I kind of wanted to break down was the referral responses. So we received a number of referral responses for this. We received a little over 200 referral responses. Out of those, we had 176 in support. We had 20 in objection, and then 6 with no conflict or opinion. And so I kind of broke these down into different sections. The first section, referral agency responses. This includes internal agencies, and also state agencies, federal agencies, or anybody else we think is applicable to notify during these processes. And then also I have citizens in objection as another category, citizens in support, and then Wallstrom employee responses of support, and then Wallstrom customer and vendor responses of support. We did get a lot of responses, both from employees and customers. So, and I'll kind of go over those.
What does APO stand for?
Yeah, adjacent property owner.
Okay.
Sorry, I kind of there's a lot of acronyms that probably get put out. But so, yeah, we're required to notify at least 300 feet or more from the property boundary of any type of project. And then, like I said, we notify beyond that. So any types of homeowners associations that we think are pertinent, we'll send it to. So in Douglas Mountain Ranch, or Douglas Mountain, sorry, and Jefferson County, and then also Floyd Hill were a big two of those homeowners associations. So, and then lastly, we did get comments from the applicant that kind of spoke to those objection letters and really tried to piece out the main objections and then provide some information on how they feel they think their application is actually adhering to those, and that they've provided mitigation for those. And I'll kind of go into that a little bit too. So I'm just going to kind of touch on these and just provide the high points because it's a lot of information. Like I said, all of the letters in their entirety are in your report, and then I've summarized those in the staff report too. But I just kind of want to highlight the main ones. I will go through the agencies and just kind of provide who commented there. But when I get to the citizens, I'm going to provide kind of a summary of those responses and just not everyone, but just kind of highlight on those. Because they are important, and we did receive a lot of responses, which is a good thing. Staff really likes that when we get a lot of responses because it gives us a good understanding of, yes, this application is important to a lot of people, and it gives us an understanding of, how that surrounding area or how the community feels about that. So I'll talk about referral agency responses. We did receive a response from Fire Authority with no comments or concerns. Received a response from Clear Creek Sheriff's Office with support of the proposal, provided a number of reasons why they should support the proposal. Clear Creek Open Space provided a lot of mixed pieces, some concerns, some questions, and then also some pieces of support. They talked about concerns with view shed, dust. They talked about water usage. And then they also talked about what happens if demand changes for the quarry. Actually reduces. And then they talked about also the voluntary contribution fee, which I'll talk a little more about later. And then also about the preservation of that Floyd Hill parcel, and that they were in support of that. Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation provided a letter in support and provided a number of reasons why they supported the application. Division of Water Resources don't usually ever give any letters of support or objection, but they kind of just list the facts. No concerns with that information. I do have a lot of information from the applicant concerning legal water supply, and then the information from a Division of Water Resources. The big things we're looking for is no potential issues with the legal water supply, and then that there's no existing issues with water tables when they're kind of mining into those areas. So no issues that staff saw with this letter. And then CDOT provided a couple different responses, and there's kind of a little back and forth with that. So their first response was really a lot of questions and then some comments. The applicant responded to that with follow-ups. CDOT provided another list of questions. Then ultimately, CDOT responded with no objection to the proposal. Really, their comments were related to, they need to make sure they follow CDOT regulations when it comes to permitting. Again, this proposal isn't really to increase production, so not a lot's changing with traffic counts or anything like that. They do have a traffic count limit. But however, if a new scale house is relocated, access may change a little, and they just need to update that access. And we don't see any high level issues with obtaining those permits. So in the end, staff doesn't see any issue with that response. Town of Georgetown responded. They said no issues with Georgetown, however, just wanted to make it aware that there probably would be a viewscape impacts from Highway 6. Colorado School of Mines responded. Head of the department, Professor Enders, responded with a couple of comments. It sounds like he takes his students there, and he feels that AFS operations provide a best practices in quarry operations and management to the students. And kind of states that Colorado needs companies like AFS and quarry operations like Wallstrom. We got a response from Board of Douglas Mountain Residents Association in objection to the proposal. Their main concerns had to do with air pollution, noise, deterioration of scenic views, truck traffic, the fines dump that used to be existing in Gilpin County. the view of the residents, and then the degradation of property values as well. And this was kind of in line with most of the objection letters. There was kind of a theme here. We really received a lot of those same type of complaints. Saddleback Mountain Homeowners Association initially provided a letter in objection to the proposal. However, they rescinded that letter and provided a new statement, which basically read that after meeting with the representatives with Fry Quarry and serious consideration, the Saddleback HOA has decided to withdraw their opposition to the proposal. The area of disturbance is much smaller than they initially thought, and the conservation of that Floyd Hill Meadow area will provide will prevent future development at the base of their neighborhood. And then they additionally said they're encouraged by the reclamation efforts and feel the company yields a positive economic impact to Clear Creek County. We received a response from Friends of Clear Creek. They responded with an objection, again, kind of stating the similar concerns: dust, water, view shed, wildlife, trucks. We received a response from Colorado Stone Sand and Gravel Association, as well as Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association, both with letters of support and a number of reasons of why they issued that support. Boulder Climbing Community, which represents about 1,000 climbers, responded basically stating that they're in kind of works of trying to codify the rock climbing that resides in the private property and the Fry Quarry area. So there's a number of rock climbing areas that either partially or totally exist in the Fry private property, and they're working on trying to codify that. And from hearing from both sides, it sounds like they're working on an agreement. So that's the piece. Clear Creek County School District responded in support. Again, the Board of Education unanimously supports the subject request. Students benefit from career technical education and have pathway opportunities that support from AFS. And then they also talked about AFS, which is the applicant provides jobs, service, tax base, and supplies viable product. So it sounds like they definitely do a lot of coordination with the school district there. Saddleback Metro District, the last referral agency response, they did also provide a letter of support and say that just the proximity of where they're at and the cost effectiveness really helps them in trying to make sure that their roads are well maintained. So a number of reasons why they provided support there. So now I'll kind of move on to my other sections. And again, the next one, citizen and objection. I'm going to kind of go over these a little more briefly and talk about the high points, and then same with support. So I received again about 20 pieces in objection, 20 letters in objection. And the main, I think, complaints again is what we talked about: noise, lights, air pollution concerns, negative impacts to scenic views and property values, permanent change to the landscape, wildlife impacts, disruption of quality experience for recreators and tourists, the potential for reduction of recreational rock climbing in Clear Creek County. And then moving on to the citizens of support. And again, I'm just highlighting, I'm not listing all of these. Employment sustainability, tax income was a pro, history of excellent operation, existing remediation practices, environmental practices, bighorn sheep habitat. The operators have a history of investing in the community. They appreciate the offer to place the Floyd Hill Meadow into a conservation. They appreciate the proposed voluntary impact fee, the benefits of including job creation, tax-based services, and philanthropy and product material. They feel outweighs the impacts. And then moving on, we did receive a number of Wallstrom employee responses as well. And some of those highlight comments were: great company to work for. They provide a livable wage, actively involved in supporting the community. And they really provided a lot of examples with this. So it sounds like there was a number of times and where this happened, and really listed those. County has historically been supported by the mining industry, safe place to work, excellent mining practices. And then moving on to customers and vendors that were in support, that provided letters. Again, to highlight, they stated a great steward of the community. They also mentioned that they provide services for small business as well as large businesses. I received a number of letters from either small businesses or just private folks saying, hey, they were able to come to my house and deliver. It didn't matter how large we were. Top-notch customer service, a long history of employee retention, and the operators operate the mine efficiently, professionally, and safely. So that kind of, in a quick nutshell, summarizes the referral responses. And again, the applicants did provide a comment to kind of those objection pieces and identified like 8 main objections that we received. And again, truck traffic, view shed, dust, water, stormwater, noise, lighting, and wildlife were kind of those 8 that they called out. And they provided a pretty thorough letter on each one of those and explaining how they felt that their application actually either mitigated for that or how they addressed that, or how it wasn't an issue. And then they went a little bit further in that letter too and talked a little bit more about how they felt that they met some of the standards, which included complying with the master plan and also the surrounding area. And then finished it up with what would the consequences be for denying the rezoning. So all of those letters, again, are in your staff packet, and I'll move on to the next section. So discussion items, again, these are items that are not standards for approval, but I think are important to understanding the context of the application or are potentially indirectly involved in the standards. So the first one is a voluntary community contribution. So the applicants are proposing to voluntarily contribute 5 cents per ton of material sold to Clear Creek County General Fund over zero. So this is a voluntary contribution. Again, not part of the standards for approval, but something that the applicant is doing to try to offset those impacts that are either not as tangible to address through different forms of mitigation. And they've kind of thought that this would be around $175,000 a year. So staff wanted to understand, hey, is this normal practice in other communities? So we reached out to a number of different other communities in the area that may have quarries. And after kind of taking a look at that, it does appear that this is not necessarily typical, and any type of impact fees are usually related to traffic pieces if they do have them at all. And a lot of communities didn't have those at all. So this is something that it appears that the applicants are kind of trying to go above and beyond and trying to, address all impacts the best that they can for this piece. I will state that the main highways and roadways that are being impacted directly are state highways. I-70, US 40, Highway 6 are kind of the 3 that we see. And then the county does have a traffic impact fee that we adopted in the 90s. And that allows us through the building permit process to take in a fee to offset those road impacts. And that's through a adopted resolution.
Are there county roads that are impacted?
Yeah, indirectly probably. But directly, I think I-70 and 6 and 40, I mean, you kind of look at where they're going and it just probably not as much, but you got to think that there's some indirect impacts, I would think, as staff. So, yep. So that's that piece. Annual reporting and review. This is something that's currently happening with the existing PD. There's stipulation and condition that requires that the fries, the applicants provide us with a report once a year. We review that report to make sure that they're adhering to their stipulations and conditions. This isn't really typical with most PDs that we have, but it is with this because it's a larger operation. So we've been doing this yearly review for since it was enacted, and they've never missed that yearly report, and we've been able to review that every year. So staff does a site visit, and if applicable, we refer out to different state agencies to make sure that they're adhering to those stipulations and conditions. So this annual reporting is just being carried over to the current PD, which most of the stipulations and conditions are as well. And the only difference here is we'd add that voluntary community contribution onto that too. So when they submitted that report, they'd submit that at the same time. Visual impact. So visual impact's kind of the elephant in the room, I think. That's the one impact I think that a lot of folks were concerned about, even though it's kind of tough and it's hard for it to be tangible and kind of really wrap your mind about. Additionally, it's not part of the directly tied to a standard for approval as well. So the applicants did provide a visual component to their application, even though it is not a required component. However, staff kind of wanted to know a little bit more, and we wanted to understand that context of what's this visual reach? What is that going to be? And that gives us a better understanding, because these feel potentially indirectly tied to a couple of different criteria. And we want to understand, okay, what's this visual reach? Let's break it down so we can really understand this component. So we developed a couple of maps that were in your packet, and this was I want to thank Matt Taylor and his mapping team because they did a great job on creating these maps. And we did 3 of them. We did, and I'll kind of break these down. It's kind of tough to see in this scale, so I can zoom in a little bit. But we did the current mining area. We did the spur amendment area. So the current mining area is this little purple area, spur amendment's blue. And then we did everything all together. And what we did was essentially set a point every 100 feet on this little land area and create kind of a heat map. I'll zoom in here a little. So the heat map is, any areas shaded in red are going to be able to see these points the best. You're going to be able to see most of these points. Any area in green, you're going to be able to see some, but not as much as these areas in red. And then any areas that don't have a color coding or this light green, which doesn't count, shouldn't be able to see it or should be able to be able to see it very limited. We also created, put little home sites there as well. So you can see kind of where the homes are located. I'll zoom in a little bit more. And then we also added the open space trails and the highways. So you can see here's the current, again, this is for the current map, and this is the Floyd Hill area. So you can see with the current operation, Floyd Hill area is really the most affected. You can see some of it. And if you guys have done the open space Floyd Hill area, when you get on the backside, you can kind of see for sure portions of that. It's pretty vegetated, but you can definitely see it when you get back here. And then here's the Douglas Mountain area. Right now it's in green, but you can still definitely see portions of it. So they're kind of getting the backside. And a little off far in the distance, you have Centennial Cone. So I'm going to zoom out and then go to the other maps. So again, this is current. Now, if I go to the spur amendment, you can see that changes. That heat map kind of changes. So now all of a sudden, we're still getting kind of the same area in the Floyd Hill, but you're getting a little more red here. And then you're definitely getting more in the Douglas Mountain area as well. And that's kind of in the Jefferson County area. So here's the county line right there. So that's changing it. And then lastly, you get to this is the total. This includes the whole property. And again, this creates one view. I want to say that things are going to get reclaimed. And so it's not all going to be disturbed, but you're going to be able to see portions as it's existing right now. So this could look different as, if it gets approved and they start mining. But this just gives you some type of visual understanding. So again, Douglas Mountain, I think this really helped staff identify where are the areas that potentially have that visual reach. And there's really this Douglas Mountain, some of this open space in the back of Floyd Hill, and then obviously Floyd Hill. Parts of it are on Centennial Cone, but if you look really closely, it doesn't really hit the trail except for the trail that's going down to the highway, but the big loop is not quite affected. So those are kind of the 3 main areas. We really wanted to, make sure that you understand this isn't a direct standard for approval, but it's just kind of good to know this impact and where this visual reach happens. And I'll talk a little bit more about this when I get into the standards for approval. So I'll zoom out a little. And then lastly, I just kind of want to mention, I talked about traffic impact fees, so I won't go over that. Tax assessment, I did talk with Diane Settle. She did get back to me and said they're paying about $500,500 and something thousand a year in taxes. That was their last tax piece. And then
Personal property.
for that specific property, that's part of the PD.
Okay.
Yep. And then the applicants actually went a little bit further with that too. Again, this is not a required piece, but they provided economic impact report with the application, and that went a little bit further. In that report, they're saying 1.4 million in tax revenue for the county each year, and that includes not just the properties in that PD area, but all the properties, or at least that's my understanding, that are within Clear Creek County that they own. And they also talk about that 24.3 million in total economic output is what's provided there. And then they go into what would happen if the quarry goes away and that number is bigger. It'd be a 42.4 million in economic output. And then just to follow, last piece I have for discussion is plan development approval documents. This is just a clarification piece. So if you guys decide to approve this request, right now you have a draft resolution for approval. With that, I talked about the exhibits. You have exhibit A, which is going to be the official development plan. That's pretty common when we do these ODPs. And then I've included the narrative too, applicant's narrative as exhibit B. That's usually what we see with ODP approvals, or at least that's been our policy. I just want to clarify, there's other pieces of their application that aren't being included in the exhibits at this point in time. And that includes the reclamation plan, mining plan, things like that. The reason that's not included, or staff didn't include that in the draft, is that provides a little bit of flexibility if those state permits need to change. That's a process that is reviewed by the state. Currently, the applicants have their state permit for the spur amendment. So they've already gone through the state permitting process for this, and they have that in place. And then we also feel confident, at least staff does, that we have stipulations and conditions in there that say they need to adhere to these state agencies and these state permits. And for some reason, if they are delinquent and adhering to those, then we have an enforcement piece too, because they're also delinquent in our stipulations and conditions, and we have that ability to enforce, but it also remains flexible, and then the professionals can actually, if they need to change that mining permit in any way, they can do that as well. So just a clarification piece on that. All right, so now I'm going to get into the standards for approval. Bear with me. I know this is a little bit long. So I'm going to kind of highlight, I think, the important pieces. I want to go one by one, but I probably won't talk about each one of them. And if you have any questions, definitely let me know. So again, these standards for approval are what we utilize to understand if this request should be approved or denied. First one, uses permitted. This is pretty basic. The PD just needs to meet kind of PD standards, and it needs to have uses listed. I'm not really going to go into this one. Areas, setback standards, and minimum acreage number of units. I think these two are important to talk about. The proposed building envelopes that they're creating are never any closer than 20 foot of the outer property boundary, and excludes roughly 34% of the proposed total PD area. So this is quite a bit more restrictive than our normal commercial and industrial zone districts. So they're providing more buffer space than we normally see with the entitled commercial or industrial districts. And then as far as minimum acreage or density, they're limiting their density for structures to 5% of the total area of properties within the ODP. So again, way more restrictive than we usually see in commercial and industrial zoning districts, which are about 50%. Now, this is a little bit different because it's a mining operation, but it's still definitely worth noting, and it's pretty restrictive when it comes to structures. So if you're thinking, oh, there could be a ton of structures, well, they're limited to 5% of that total area, which is fairly small. And then getting into services and infrastructure, the main pieces here are going to be sanitation, water, and access. Sanitation, pretty basic. They have provided an engineered letter showing they could get a WTS in there that meets standards. We wouldn't think this would be an issue to have a good amount of land area there. Water information, again, I already talked about this, but they've provided a number of documents about their legal water supply. And then referring out to the Division of Water Resources, we don't see that there's any potential issues here. Access, also won't get into this too much. I talked a little bit about this with CDOT. CDOT was our main piece here, and no issues at this point in time. Environmental impacts, the two that we saw are really geologic impacts or floodplain. Through this process, the applicants actually did a floodplain survey, because it looked like a portion of the 100-year floodplain was existing on the Texaco placer. This floodplain survey showed it wasn't. They went through the proper steps and did a LOMA map amendment, and therefore it no longer have a floodplain shown on the FEMA maps for 100-year floodplain on the Texaco placer. So that kind of went away. As far as geology goes, they did provide a geotechnical stability exhibit. And DRMS, Division of Reclamation Mine Safety, they've already reviewed that through the state process. Staff reached out to them and just wanted a copy of that and said, are there any issues with that? Essentially, we got a no, looked good, went through that permitting process. We also referred out to Colorado Geologic Survey because that's usually our referral for any type of geologic information. And they were in line with DRMS's comments. So no issues that staff saw there. In the report, we did see one condition that we thought should go in the stipulations and conditions. So we mirrored that. We included a condition in there that just talked about staggered earth berms constructed on downhill side of all roads. So that's a stipulation condition in the PD. Next is building and site design. Again, they provided a conceptual piece to their new scale house, but any types of buildings or structures that require permits will be reviewed through that permitting process. The next few signs, off-street parking and fencing and animals, either aren't really pertinent or are not really changing with this proposal. So I'm not really going to go into those. I do, however, want to talk about other performance standards. And in those, we have noise, lighting, and nuisances. So as far as noise, the applicants did provide an operational noise analysis report. This report, again, wasn't something that's required with the process, but something that was suggested and provided. So this is always a good piece to have. In this report, it was found that they did not exceed the state statutes. They provided 6 different sites that they put the measurement devices at, and this state statute essentially mirrors our county standards as well. So no issues that staff finds there. As far as lighting, this is the one area that they want to deviate from standards. So there are some light poles in their lighting plans that exceed the 25-foot height limit and go up to not more than 100 feet. So the plan development process does allow flexibility to deviate from some development standards, and this is the only one that they're requesting to deviate from, and it's for health and safety purposes. So they tried to mitigate this with only allowing this at base elevations below 7,500 feet. So they're trying to limit that light pollution, but they also want to make sure that they meet health and safety standards. Staff thought this was appropriate with this support. So we feel that there's no issues with meeting this criteria with this deviation and with that support. Moving on to nuisances. This is an interesting one because it's kind of exempt through a mining application. However, we feel that they do meet our noise and nuisance regulations because of the state permits that they already have in place. So they have a number of permits in place from the state, including CDPHE, DRMS. This includes air quality permits, stormwater permits, and then mining and reclamation and permits. So having these permits in place is essentially the documentation showing that we're meeting these nuisance standards. I think that's the best documentation you can have in place. Additionally, they went a little above and beyond that, and there's some additional stipulations and conditions that go beyond that, such as their sweeping plan and whatnot that fall into that as well. And then the next two, so what I just talked about for standards approval really relate to the development piece of a plan development. These next two standards, which is compatibility of surrounding land uses and consistency with the master plan, really go into the rezoning piece of a plan development application. And they're a little more gray, so they give a little bit more room for interpretation. So staff really went into depth in our staff report, trying to give you our staff thought of how we went through that pathway of understanding, okay, this is the standard, this is how we interpret the standard, and this is how we feel it adheres to that standard. So there's a lot of information in the staff report. The first one is compatibility with the surrounding area. So that and consistency with the master plan, there's a lot of times where you can have arguments on both sides of these. And it's not uncommon to have, well, it mainly falls with compatibility of surrounding uses, or it's mainly within the master plan. There's usually a way to argue both sides with that. What staff is looking for is, is it pretty much compatible with the surrounding area? Is it compatible? Do we feel comfortable that this is really, a good fit for that surrounding area? And do we have, stuff to back that up? Same with the master plan. Is this generally in consensus with the master plan? That's kind of what we're looking for as staff. I just kind of wanted to show our approach to this. So with the surrounding land uses, yes, we do feel that is compatible, and we kind of list reasons why. And then we also list some reasons why you can look at it in a different light as well to try to give 2 different perspectives. So we feel it's compatible because the use itself has been existing in the property since 1983. And there's a number of other mixed uses that we kind of talked about before, concrete batch plant, restaurant, a number of things that are in the Floyd Hill area, Hidden Valley area. So you have a lot of mixed uses. You have that existing use that's been in there. And then also they've tried to buffer, also provide buffers to that. So there's, state highway that really buffers a lot of that to the south. They've created building envelopes that create a lot of buffer. I think the one adjacent property is the Young Ranch that's not buffered on there. And then I try to say, conversely, it can be noted that there are several areas that do have some impacts, and that's Floyd Hill open space, Floyd Hill residential area, and Douglas Mountain residential in Jefferson County. And so I really tried to break it in. Well, what are those impacts that they have? And, staff really feels like the main health and safety pieces have been addressed through those types of state permits, and that includes air, water, noise, environmental, and nuisance concern. They have state permits to back that up. And then they also have a number of stipulations and conditions. So staff feels that that has been addressed through mitigating or permit measures. However, the one piece that isn't fully mitigated is that visual impact. And again, that's not part of the standard for approval, but I'm just kind of systematically trying to chip away at this so staff can understand this. So then I go into a little bit about the visual impact. Well, what is that visual impact? And we kind of figured that out with the maps. The challenging thing with visual is it's hard to quantify with adopted metrics. One person's visual blight could be another person's, hey, this looks okay, or this actually looks kind of cool. So, without having any type of metrics or anything in place, or even any universal, it's really hard to hang your hat on anything like that. And then there's also really no distance identifiers either to assert when a visual component is relevant. So, we talked about there's a number of buffers and things in place. So at what point in time does it become relevant or a visual impact? And then I also kind of wanted to note that the application does provide a number of mitigation to try to address that visual component. They've created building envelopes. They're proposing to conserve the Floyd Hill Meadow. And then the applicant also, needs to reclaim through the DRMS permit process. And in this spur amendment, they'll be mining from the top down, which is a lot more efficient and being able to reclaim a lot quicker than mining or currently mining at their existing ones. So they'll be able to reclaim more as they go. And then not to overlook too, it's so easy to just think, okay, what are the negative impacts of this proposal? What is the negative pieces? But we also want to look at the positive pieces. We want to have that balance too. So there's a number of positive impacts too to the surrounding area, and that's the economic impacts through sustainable employment opportunities, tax income, impact fees, production of aggregate that is utilized for housing and infrastructure that can help keep those costs more affordable. At the end, while visual component of mining, will be present, staff really can find no evidence that these visual components create an impact that hinders adherence to any of the standards for approval, as I've talked about. Impacts associated with the proposal appear to be addressed through the state permitting piece, draft ODP stipulations and conditions, and a long history of compliance with the existing Wellstrom Quarry operation. And then I won't talk as much about the master plan. I do provide a lot of information in my staff pack about compliance with the master plan. I touch on most of the chapters that have the goals and assets. So we talk about economic development, talk about county assets and infrastructure, future land use and how that's consistent. But ultimately staff feels that it does adhere to this. I'm happy to go into this in a little more detail. The master plan is a guiding document. Some of the standards do tie into the master plan, but it is written to be more of a guide. And like I said, a lot of times you can latch on to both ways with that, but staff feels it generally conforms to the master plan with that. So with that, staff does feel it meets all of these standards for approval. I'm almost done here. Thank you for pulling with me. Are we doing okay here? No breaks needed?
I got all day.
Okay, sounds good. So Planning Commission recommendation, they did have their meeting January 18th, 2023. And they unanimously recommended approval of the subject request. Their resolution is in your packet. It looks much like your resolution. They did provide some tasks to staff to do before this meeting, and I'll kind of go over that a little bit. They wanted us to kind of clarify the height of the proposed lighting poles and make sure that that was incorporated correctly into the ODP, which I talked about a little bit. There are a number of those lighting poles and the lighting plans that will exist over the 25 feet. And then they wanted to ensure that easements are documented appropriately. And this had already been done, but there's a separate page in the ODP that just specifically talks about easement information. So that was accomplished. Last one, which we didn't quite accomplish, was reach back out to CPW to see if they could provide comment regarding the subject request. I reached out to him about 4 times. I did get a comment from Joe a couple of times saying, I want to provide a response. Last comment I got from him saying, I will provide a response, but there probably won't be anything, substantive or concerning in that response. CPW was notified during the state process. My understanding, they took a tour. I wasn't expecting anything and concerned, but I never officially did get a response from CPW. After 4 times, we decided maybe that's good enough, but yeah, they're busy and we understand that. And Joe's reached out to me before and essentially said, hey, if we don't get you a response, that usually means we don't have any types of issues with the proposal. And at least I understood he was aware of the proposal and it didn't sound like he was going to provide anything of substance. So with that, again, we had about a 4-hour meeting, planning commission. A lot of that was presentation, a little bit of a public comment, and then they mainly had clarifying questions and then kind of came up with these tasks. So staff recommendation, last piece here. So staff does recommend approval. I won't harp on it too much. I think you've got my support for why staff recommends approval. We really try to systematically go through this. Think that applicant put together a really good package that really tried to identify those impacts and provide reasons why they feel they address those impacts. So again, we just want to reiterate that there was a lot of referral responses that we received, about 200. And out of those, majority of those were responses in support. And then some of them were no conflict. We do understand though, that while this proposal, provides longevity of this use in order to support quarry-based infrastructure, it is not without its rightful impacts to the neighbors. However, staff feels that the applicant has really presented a good application and along with state permits and stipulations and conditions in the resolution, we feel that it adheres to those standards. So just want to wrap it up with, we do have those 2 resolutions that are at the end of your packet. One's a resolution for approval. We have a number of findings of fact of basically go over those standards for approval and why staff feels that they meet them, and it included that. It's your document. You definitely amend those. Or if you want to pick up the draft resolution for denial, again, if you feel it should be denied, I'm sure the attorney would feel it's appropriate to list that reason why you feel it's not meeting a certain standard and provide that support for it. So thank you for the time to present. I know that applicants have a presentation as well, and I'll be done.
I think what I'd like to do is just check in with my 2 commissioners with regard to the next application. Do you have any, well, I'll state my own feeling is that I have written down some things and had some questions ahead of time on a few things. But I'm good with waiting until they do their presentation. But if either of you would like to ask questions on the staff presentation prior to hearing the applicant's presentation, I'm just checking in. What's your pleasure?
I think maybe waiting because perhaps some of the questions would get answered during the presentation.
Me too. All 3. Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. So now it's your show time.
Gotta love technology.
You do.
We waiting for something magical to happen?
So while he's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. Most of you know me. Thank you today, Chairman Wheelock, Commissioner Wood, Commissioner Marlin, thank you for your time today.
Thank you for being here, Al.
And also, thank you for your service and commitment to Clear Creek County. I want to start off by thanking my family and project team. I'd also like today to just maybe everybody in the room that's here in support of the application, I'd like for them to raise their hand. Thank you. And most notably, I'd like to have Steve O'Brien stand up. Steve O'Brien's father was the founder of Environment, Inc. When Steve was a young lad 40 years ago. Steve and his father were the original permittees of the original Wallstrom quarry. He has been with this operation for 40 years and is frankly a member of our family as well. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Also in the audience, we have a few of our other project team, obviously Becky, Joelle, myself, Michelle. We also have some professional consultants here today. I'd like to thank the Clear Creek County Planning Department. Fred's not here today.
Try and share it again. I did. He might be with us virtually.
Oh, okay. And specifically Adam. We do these type of activities a lot. And frankly, Adam should be commended. He conducted a professional review and analysis of this application. His time, attention to detail, and transparency should be commended. We've worked on this for, literally almost for 12 months. From when we started was almost last September. And lastly, finally, I'm excited this day's come. I've been working on this for a long time. One more slide that I can talk about maybe before we pull it up. I said I've been working on this for a long time. I've been working on this for 3 years. The Wallstrom Spur Amendment. And frankly, it's one of the most important tasks I've ever undertaken under my leadership of Albert Fry and Sons. Today, we're going to kind of present who we are, the things we do in the community, what we do at the quarry, and why we're here today. Hopefully, we'll get the presentation going. On the bottom note there, you'll note page numbers. If you have any specific questions, just note that page number, and then we can pull that slide back up and answer those questions.
You want to send it to me, Joe?
Chairman Wheelock, perhaps we could take a 5-minute break just while we get the technology set up.
I think so. Let's do that. Or let's take a 5-minute break.
Great, thank you.
I don't know why his is working and his is.
If you want to email it to me too.
I can give you my zip drive right now if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I sharing the wrong screen?
Zoom in.
On it for him while he's working.
Let me
Share screen.
I just got it.
I've never done that before. It's like magic. Okay, we're back in session. Al, you ready to roll?
Great, thanks again. Thanks for the 5 minutes. We got our IT worked out. We talked about the rezoning today. You can go to the next slide, Joel. We talked about why we're here today. And the next slide, obviously, you know me, I'm Albert Fry Jr. I reside at 1858 Kerr Gulch Road in Evergreen, Colorado. I've been employed at Albert Fry & Sons for 34 years, and I've had only one job in my entire career. I lived and worked on Floyd Hill from 2001 to 2020. Proud husband and father of 3 children, 2 of which attend Clear Creek Middle and High School. And my daughter will be joining them when she gets to that age. An active Clear Creek Rotarian. I love skiing. I also enjoy running with burros when they cooperate.
Do they enjoy it?
I think they do. So who we are. On the left there is a family photo of my grandfather. Fritz, he was commonly called, immigrated to the U.S. in the early 40s pursuing the American dream. He quickly realized that the gravel under his farm was more valuable than the beans. This is in Adams County. The middle photo there shows my father on the right, in front of the newly built AFS sign in 1962 when AFS was incorporated. The photo on the right is the new 3rd generation of Fry miners. Myself, Joe, Lisa, Ben, and Tommy, all of which are actively involved in the business today. Some of you were able to meet my father. Frankly, the Wallstrom Quarry was his life's work. His biggest passions were his family, his business, the people that he worked with, and his German Shepherds. When he passed in 2011 due to a genetic disorder, he told me, son, do the best you can with the tools you have. Thanks to him, we've been blessed with great opportunities to strive and continue his legacy. So part of who we are and our family and our company is community engagement. And many of you have touched this, things like financial donations, material donations, volunteering efforts, and we wanted to share a few examples of those with you. The first one is Project Bike Tech at the Clear Creek School District. We provided 90% of the funding to start this program, which gives local kids the opportunity to work with their hands, pursue vocational skills and outdoor recreation. We are a sponsor of the Clear Creek County Collaborative Care Clinic in Idaho Springs. I'm also pretty proud that that's Fry Stone on the chimney at that facility. One of my funner, prouder moments is the AFS hosts a Touch a Truck event. The 3rd one will be September 10th this year. And we hold this across the entrance of the quarry where kids of all ages get up close and personal with quarry equipment and trucks of all types. And also provides an opportunity for all the local nonprofits to showcase their cause with over 600 people attending last time. We donated all the material for the synthetic athletic field at the Clear Creek High School. Pretty proud of that. My boy plays football on there, and it's just a beautiful field. We also volunteer our time at many different events. This was a time of need for the town of Empire last year. When the call went out, I went up and helped them distribute water to local residents that needed bottled water to get through their water issues. We also help keep our highways clean. We work with the Floyd Hill group to clean Highway 40 adjacent to the quarry. And we also participate in the annual Clear Creek Canyon cleanup, where Highway 6 and the quarry are closed for one Saturday in September. As a former resident of Floyd Hill, I personally understood the difficulties of high-speed internet accessibility. It's very difficult, and got to know the Clear Creek broadband folks and proposed that we had some fiber and that understanding radios that they could eventually beam and did. We contracted with them to beam fiber from our corporate office at the base of Floyd Hill all the way up to all the residents there. There's currently 40 customers and hopefully 200 plus build out when they get the whole system built. And last, we collaborated back in 2012 with Clear Creek County, and basically, excuse me on the ums here, I got to work on those, but we conducted a land exchange that completed the final connection of the trail through the county, through the canyon. So shifting gears a little bit, Clear Creek County mining legacy, obviously there's plenty of that in this room and throughout the hallways here. But one I wanted to highlight was in 1870, William Loveland incorporated the Central Colorado Railroad and built the rail bed that eventually landed right here at the Georgetown Loop. The primary purpose of the railroad was to bring mining ores from Clear Creek County down to processing plants in Denver, and then bring goods, services, and tourists back into the mining towns. And today, 150 years later, the use of the Canyon Corridor rail bed is much the same with Highway 6. Natural resource in the form of now aggregate from the Wallstrom Quarry goes down the old railroad bed at Highway 6. At the same time, tourists come and go up and down the canyon to casinos and other recreational destinations. Carrying on with the mining legacy of Clear Creek, the Wallstrom Quarry was opened in 1983. It took my father and folks like Steve O'Brien, entrepreneurial spirit and drive to open this quarry. That's actually my dad. When he left there the first day they opened the quarry operating a bulldozer. On the right was one of the early operations. I think this is around 1989. If you note Highway 6 there, you can see all the plant there. It looks a lot different today. And this year, the quarry turns 40 years old. It's a granite crushed stone site. Many people ask, have you ever found gold there? You know, and I reply, nope. Trust me, I've checked. There's not 1 ounce of gold there. This is a rock quarry.
You're not telling anyone.
All we do literally is turn big rocks into little rocks. And now today, the quarry is one of my proudest accomplishments. It's one of the most technologically advanced modern quarries in North America. It includes an amazing staff and automation, safety, several different features, and most notably the equipment closures. If you had the opportunity to do a site visit, you got to see firsthand what we do there every day, but this is a summary of that. We drill and blast, then we load and haul the resource down off the working benches down to the processing plant. There we crush it, and then we screen it, segregate it to different sizes, and then eventually sell it through the loadout bins. The entire facility and our company maintains this entire enterprise with just under 100 employees now. These are some photos and examples of environmental controls and best management practices that we deploy every day at the quarry. Water trucks for unpaved roads, sweeper for paved surfaces. There's over 50 plus spray nozzles throughout the production facility. And then finally, the enclosures. They help keep the dust in, the noise in, and they also provide a safe working environment for our employees. AFS was one of the first operators in this industry to own what I call a hybrid wheel loader. Basically, it's a Prius piece of heavy equipment. This tractor consumes 40% less diesel fuel and reduces emissions. We have 2 of these now. So making those big rocks into little rocks, these are the kind of the mainstay products that we make, the larger ripraps and boulders, the refined crushed stone and washed stone, fine aggregates, and then road base that is used on all the county roads throughout the county. So where does it go? Well, Colorado consumes, almost annually 50 million tons of aggregate per year. That means everybody in this room, one person consumes 10 tons of aggregate per year. So what does that look like? It's hard to believe, but it's there. One of the first big projects that we ever did was we supplied all the coarse aggregate for DIA's international runway. What many people don't know is that this is the second longest runway in the world. Clear Creek rock is in that runway. The next one, we supplied all the railroad ballast and sub ballast for the RTD light rail system in Denver. Oh, it's even more fun. In that picture there, you can see the ballast, but the railroad concrete ties. All of our aggregate is in those ties as well. We supplied the riprap, the bedding, and the sand for the Welton Reservoir in Arvada, and many other water projects across the state. This one here consumed 250,000 tons of riprap, 100,000 ton of bedding, and 100,000 ton of chip sand. A little closer to home, we also supplied riprap and bedding for the recent Cabin Creek Reservoir improvements up on Gunnell Pass. Probably a lot of folks in this room know this guy, Dennis Parker, the mascot of Georgetown, and I guess the official mayor and the mascot of Loveland, excuse me. He was pleased to use the first detachable chairlift at Loveland, Chet's dream. What he didn't know is that all of the foundations for that lift, all the parking lots and the landscaping in Loveland all came from the Fry Quarry. Recently, we were a proud subcontractor to the newly opened Peaks to Plains Gateway Park, located at the mouth of the canyon in Golden. Our products are everywhere, in the retaining walls, the landscapes, and even new technology with these permeable paver parking lots. This photo here is kind of a before and after. This is the Big Thompson Canyon during the 2013 flood and after the flood. You can see on the right photo there, you can see all of the Fry riprap along the newly repaired road, and this is what it looked like after the flood. So moving back to the quarry a little bit, I wanted to spend a little time today on mine reclamation and how we prepare the site for use as public mining. Our reclamation plan is for the current Wallstrom Quarry and the spur amendment is designed to enhance bighorn sheep habitat. This includes things like escape terrain, a water guzzler, specialized seed mix, that include native grasses, forbs, and woody plants, all that were selected from the native areas around the quarry. The good news is our reclamation plan is working. We've completed 40 acres of final reclamation thus far. The vegetation is growing. The sheep herd spends significant amount of time at the quarry. I'm sorry they didn't take my call when you guys did your site visit, but we literally cohabitate with this herd every day at the quarry. A little side note, when we had the Bighorn Sheep Society and the Wild Sheep Foundation come and take a tour of our reclamation practices, at their recommendation, we maintain a guzzler on site that serves the health and safety of the bighorn sheep. This allows them to drink water on the reclaimed slopes and not have to venture down to Clear Creek and cross Highway 6. As you can see, they're frequent visitors. That little teenager was really happy. This was actually the first day we filled water in the guzzler, and they were there. Other wildlife, not to be underestimated. They're there and observed at the quarry year-round. Red-tailed hawk, the elk herd, deer, bobcat, and even mountain lion. Now switching a little bit to economics. During the pandemic, AFS was deemed one of the few essential businesses in the county, similar like grocery stores and gas stations. And we were still open for business. We operated throughout, and it was difficult times, but this economic diversity is really important to have. Hopefully we never have to go through that again, but we were still there employing our people. In order to better understand the economic impacts of our operation, we engaged BBC, which is an expert research and consulting company on economics. In summary, the Wallstrom Quarry has an annual economic impact to Clear Creek County to the sum of $24+ million. Won't get into the details of that, but the secondary impacts include, for example, purchases from local businesses like Blackwell Oil, Napa, Clear Creek Supply, Allied, all of our local businesses. That's how these things or our employees that live here buy groceries from the grocery store. And also note that half of the regional economic impact of our business actually stays here in Clear Creek County. Also, we're really proud, the families here, you can see that we have a bigger family, but we're proud and value our people. These are professional electricians, mechanics, operators, loaders, supervisors, management, office help. And we pay 100% of all of our employees medical. We provide a 4% 401k match, and we also profit share. As you can see, we've had a steady incline for a long time, and we continue to hire new staff, and we continue to try and keep up with market wages. Sales tax. In 2020, we paid just under $1.5 million in taxes. That includes all of the different personal property sales tax, excise tax, all those things. We're likely the third largest taxpayer in Clear Creek County. And this upward trend will continue as long as we have the natural resource to develop. Where do these funds go? You guys know that better than me. Most of the money goes to the general fund. Which also includes agencies like Road and Bridge and the Sheriff's Department. However, the quarry really, frankly, requires very little of all of these services, like the school district or the library district. The quarry is served by state highways. Little emergency services are required of our operation, and we put no demand on the school district. So digging a little deeper to the rezoning. This application was an extensive and transparent effort that took me 3 years of work by over 50 plus professionals that have touched every little aspect of this application. And that's why it's 1,000 pages, because we've tried to think of everything. And basically, our mantra was we left no stone unturned, because we really tried to be, cognizant of what we do there. So this is probably one of the most important slides I want you to recall today. It's a little hard to get your orientation here, but this little orange down here is the Texaco Placer and Highway 6. And this is the Canyon Rim and Highway 6. This is the Big Oxbow, eventually tying into 119. The red area shows the existing quarry, if you recall from the land use map that Adam showed. And then the yellow, or the red area is 285 acres. The yellow and the green is the spur amendment, is why we're here today. The yellow area is the mining area where there'll be disturbance, which is approximately an additional 229 acres. And the green area is the preserved wildlife habitat and site berms within the spur. Really today, it kind of boils down that we're only asking to extract higher quality natural resource that sits adjacent to the existing quarry. Higher quality resources. So there's 2 points here I want you to come away with. First is geology. This map shows the geological formations in the area. The area in the blue, here where it says existing quarry, is a property called mid-grade schist, is what we call it, a biotite schist. It's a granite. And as you can see, the majority of the existing quarry is all the blue schist. The red, there's not much gneiss in the existing quarry. It's all the schist. The remaining resource, and as you can see, the red and green, which is the biotite gneiss, or we call it gneiss rock with a G, is where the spur area is at. And you can see by this geological map, 95% of the area is all gneiss, granite. The existing quarry maybe has 80% schist and 20% gneiss left. On your site visit, you saw kind of the delineation of those two products. On the right, dark gray is the gneiss and then the schist. And really 15 years ago, the schist and the gneiss could be used for concrete and asphalt and all of our products. But over time, CDOT specifications and pavement designs have changed. They're becoming more stringent. As they evolve, schist is no longer suitable for some of these projects. And that's why we're looking at the spur and the higher quality. And we are blessed to have the spur area, and 95% of that entire area is all nice rock. The second important concept that I want you to come away with is what's changed. And I need to explain why our mining methods have changed. The existing quarry was mined bottom up because of the need to create working area on the quarry floor. Reclamation couldn't start until we reached the permit boundary. The bottom up mining was some of the old historical. Now that the quarry has matured, we have working area. They've been developed, and most importantly, we've reached the permit boundary on the east side. Mining methods can switch to top down, which is what you see on the right there. Important to note that the entire spur area will be mined using top down methods. Using top down methods, now we can deploy concurrent reclamation. Well, what does concurrent reclamation mean? It basically means you're reclaiming at the same time as mining. So this is kind of a snapshot of concurrent reclamation. On the top, these were 3 to 6 years previous. You can see the grasses and shrubs and forbs are coming in nicely. As you progress down, newly planted reclamation 0 to 2 years here, and then the working phases. This is how the progression of mining will occur on the spur and the existing quarry when we get to the permit boundaries. Most common question we've received really during this process is, where's the spur and what am I going to see? This is a view from atop of Floyd Hill on Bridal Veil Trail, almost one of the highest roads up there. On the left, you can see the existing quarry. The green is the limits of disturbance in the spur. And then also note the undisturbed ridge lines, those in the map there where the wildlife habitat and buffers are. This is basically the canyon rim inside of Clear Creek Canyon. The next one is a little lower from Saddleback. This is on Saddleback Road. Same thing. Quarry on the left, disturbed area in the green, and undisturbed area and berms in the front. This one's a little better to illustrate when I talk about concurrent reclamation. Eventually, the mine will disappear and all you will see is the reclaim slope, because now the mining is going to be behind the berms, what we call mining from behind. But it will take a little while to get there. The next one is a view from the Peaks to Plains Trail, commonly called the Little Oxbow. Throughout Clear Creek Canyon, the spur will be only visible from this one narrow vantage point. Same thing, smaller disturbance in the valley here, and again, ridge lines on both sides. And last, this is a view from the Douglas Mountain community. Note Floyd Hill, Saddleback, Santa Fe in the background with all the switchbacks there. Same thing. The existing quarry on the right this time. The green area will be the areas of disturbance, and then the two ridges, undisturbed ridge lines in the front there. So view shed, obviously that's the one gray area. We wanted to kind of quantify and give a little perspective on that, but the Oxford Dictionary quotes view shed as a view of an area from a specific vantage point. This quarry has changed the view shed. Nobody's going to deny that. But from certain vantage points, and realistically, it's impossible to hide the mine because of the vast topography of where this mine is placed. Let's talk about it. Roadways, rail lines, airports, electrical transmission lines all have view shed impacts, right? On their surrounding areas. But we've kind of come to accept them and the view shed impacts these have because they're essential to our life. We need power to turn the lights on. We need highways to travel to and from the mountains. We need airports to travel to faraway places. Frankly, for Clear Creek County, we need those highways for tourists to come here to diversify our economy. The quarry in itself is surrounded by Highway 6, Highway 40, Interstate 70, the Central City Parkway on high mountain ridges, and a high voltage transmission line. In my mind, quarries are essential to our life as well. We go to great lengths to try and minimize view shed impacts, and these efforts include screening berms, leaving the ridges in place to obscure the views, reclaiming mining areas concurrently, and conserving other land that could potentially have viewshed impacts, which is the homestead parcel. We all know where this is at, AKA the Floyd Hill Elk Meadow. This will be placed into conservation if the spur is successful. So moving on to community input, obviously, your guys' jobs, I don't envy it, but President Lincoln once said, you can please some of the people all the time. You can please all the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. That's what we're here today for. Our application received 20 objections, but it also, we'll talk about that next, but in order to address these objections, we met with all of these concerned citizens and really tried to invite them into the process and help us make the best application possible. At the same time, there were 177 support letters from local citizens, employees, customers, vendors, reflecting the importance of the quarry. So I can tell you, we have 100 employees. I said, you know, you guys, you can comment on this. No, not everybody did. But the letters that we got were pretty special from our employees, and they were not like, you need to do this. These are authentic employee letters. Same thing with our customers and vendors. And then over 91 citizen responses. But honestly, a bar graph doesn't tell the story. And I want to take a little bit of time, 1,000 pages. You guys may have read some of these, but I wanted to emphasize some significant community input. This one here is from Dr. Stephen Enders, Carlisle School of Mines. He was quoted as saying, I've been familiar with AFS and the Wallstrom Quarry for several years. As the department head for the mining engineering at the Colorado School of Mines, the highest educator at the School of Mines. He says, I highlight their operation as an example of best practices in quarry operations and management to our students and to our faculty. These are some different inputs from citizens. This is a resident from Floyd Hill. He's been there for 17 years, Hunter Schreiner. He says, I'm writing to express my support for the quarry. I'm proud of the mining heritage of our county, and I appreciate not only the jobs, opportunities that the quarry offers to friends of my family, but also the significant tax benefit it represents to the whole county. Furthermore, he went on in his letter and he says, as a former Beaver Brook POA, I especially appreciate the offer to place Floyd Hill Meadow into a conservation easement. The 3 HOAs on the hill have struggled with strategies to preserve that meadow for decades. And this offers a final solution to that challenge without requiring significant financial burden to purchase the parcel. Some more citizen response. This is a resident from Empire, Jack Fox. He says, I was admittedly opposed to the quarry in Empire. However, I think that the expansion of the Fry Quarry is a different matter that might actually make sense. I appreciate the concerns raised by some of my neighbors, but I feel that maybe there are some other factors to consider here when evaluating this application. The next one is a mother of 3 from Floyd Hill as well, 22 years. She was quoted saying, my children have benefited from the generous donations to the Clear Creek High School and their community outreach programs like Touch a Truck. Long-term sustainable businesses like AFS are vital to thriving communities. These are customer inputs. Tim Bebo, president of Territory Unlimited. They've purchased products from AFS for 22 years. They've known us for 37 years. And he said, I have yet to find an operation with the highest standards of cooperation, commitment, and consistency that they have exemplified. The next one's a little close to home. Maybe some of you have been there, the Blackstone Ranch, 103 in Idaho Springs there. Rachel Betts was quoted saying, when we built Blackstone, the quarry was an incredible resource for our construction needs. And now, today, we continue to access the quarry for continued maintenance of our property numerous times a year. And then these are employees. And, these are authentic. I didn't write these for these guys. This is Mike Mosley, a 3-year mechanic at the quarry. He says, I can honestly say I've never worked for a better company. He might get a little better raise maybe. Just kidding. I live here and I have seen firsthand the improvements the AFS family are making in the community. Next is Mariela Diaz. Being a single mom, I'm proud. I am beyond grateful for all the opportunities they have provided for myself and my family. She's a sales associate. And the last one's Kevin Davis, you know, a 10-year hardworking equipment operator at the quarry. He shows up there at 4:00 in the morning every day, 5-6 days a week. He says, I've never seen a company more dedicated to leaving this land better than when the mine started. The bighorn sheep that graze here every day are direct beneficiaries of the Fry family efforts. This is to the east. This was from a Douglas Mountain resident. It says, thank you so much for the time and the staff to meet the 7 of us from Douglas Mountain Ranch. I learned a lot about what goes on behind the mountain in your video. Your charitable organizations for the community. Denver has a shortage of quarries for growth and population. And you were just expanding the acres to get better rock. And your present quarry doesn't have enough of the right rocks for the future. Best to you and your family. This next letter was an unsolicited complimentary letter to our sales team that we received from a local resident in the Douglas Mountain area as well. I basically said, you know, I had a great telephone call, or my husband had a great call with Tommy Fry from the office last Friday. We were taken aback by the amount of time, care, and helpful information provided from a busy quarry for our small residential project. Despite all the trucks coming and going, I was given so much care by the hardworking, polite, and very busy Weighmaster Bashu. We didn't speak with any of their quarry staff, but there were smiles and waves as we drove to the site. And she says, what a delight for an industrial place. Until now, our only interaction had been trucks on Highway 6, which can be intimidating. However, my opinion of the quarry has changed quite significantly, and all due to the attitudes, care, and customer service we experienced. So to summarize it up, this is an excellent location for a quarry. It's located in an interstate thoroughfare on I-70 and Highway 6. All the existing infrastructure is in place already with the existing quarry. And this next photo kind of sums it all up for Clear Creek County. You know, we have the Floyd Hill Bridge, it represents infrastructure. You have the rafting, which represents the new diverse economy in Clear Creek County. And then you got the Amazon truck that maybe need both, and it represents interstate commerce. Aggregate is critical to our standard of living, but the quarry is running out of quality reserves. And if this rezoning is approved, it will extend the life of the mine for decades. And last, this rezoning is compatible with the surrounding areas. It meets the standards of approval and is very consistent with the master plan. So with that, I asked this board that you affirm staff's recommendation of approval, that you affirm the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval, and finally, I ask that you approve this application. Thank you for this time, and we can carry on questions or whatever suits your fit. Thank you.
I think our next choice now is whether to ask questions at this time or to take public comment next. And that's, and just continue the receiving of information from everyone and then get into questions and discussion. So I'll ask the same question I did a little bit ago. What are your thoughts?
I mean, public comment might raise questions that we could ask.
That's what I'm thinking.
I agree.
Okay. So public comment, who's got the list of people that have signed up here?
Yep.
Has anyone, a few people came in late. Peter, hang on one second. A few people came in late. If you want to make public comment, you need to sign up on the public comment list. Is there anyone here who intends to speak who has not signed up on the list yet? Bob Boland was here when I said that.
Thank you.
I'm motivated somehow. Say something.
it's nice to have the form brought to you.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I get to be the official announcer. Okay, Joel Baldus?
Yeah, they were in attendance, so they were the first people on the list.
Yeah, so
You'll be able to see that they're marked with AFS right down there.
Okay. Oh, all right.
About four.
Oh, I see. And Al and Becky and,
Yes.
okay. Michelle Stein,
She was the AFS team.
okay, you're part of the presentation as well. Man, we're going through this fast. Tim Preister?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a time limit?
What's that?
Do we,
Oh, 3 minutes is what we're allowing per,
I'll try, thank you.
all right.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. That hasn't always been the case.
If you could just identify yourself
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
record and where you live.
Okay, my name is Tim Preister. My wife, Mary, and I live on Douglas Mountain, right above the intersection of 119 and 6. Fry Quarry is maybe
Clear Creek County, sir, or,
no, Jefferson.
okay.
The Fry Quarry is very visible from our house. It's maybe a mile or two as the crow flies from our house to the existing quarry. So we frequently get to see the dust rising from that quarry and being distributed all the way down the canyon, all the way to Golden and beyond. Sometimes it's significant. It blocks the sun. I'd also like to make an editorial comment in response to Adam's presentation that I find it ironic and maybe convenient that you cannot consider certain mitigating factors in your deliberations, but yet you can and will make decisions that impacts those things. That seems a bit stacked to me. I like a stacked deck, but be that as it may, I'd like to say that I submit that any expansion plan that includes 600 or 700 or more heavily burdened trucks through Clear Creek Canyon is a flawed plan, a fatally flawed plan. Highway 6 was never designed for the traffic, 700 or more trucks. And I know Adam says there's no planned traffic increase. The operative word there is planned. We've heard of plans before that have changed. Just yesterday, our neighbor reported that they encountered 25 trucks in 25 minutes that it took them to drive up to Douglas Mountain from Golden. They encountered 61 trucks, every one of them echoing their presence throughout the canyon. So again, Highway 6 wasn't designed for that, and there's new constituencies since then. The casino traffic, employees and worker and gamblers, rafters, fishermen, all that stuff, rock climbers. In the 5 years that I'm aware of, the last 5 years, over $25 million in repairs and improvements to Highway 6 have been necessary because of the traffic from Fry's Quarry. In my opinion, the scar on Mother Earth is an affront to everything that Colorado stands for. I think it's a case of development run amok. The last time, I think it was 20 years ago, that Fry was applying for an extension. They told us that it would last 50 years, and yet here we are 20 years later. When does it end? Haven't we, the residents and local people, paid our share? I think part of the issues with the mine is that it's a complicated jurisdiction, and maybe that accounts for some lack of meaningful jurisdiction. I mean, Clear Creek County gets the revenue. It's the third biggest taxpayer, and Gilpin gets some revenue from the fines dump. Jeffco, we get the traffic, the noise, pollution, risk to life and limb. I meant to say earlier, it doesn't fit in right at this place, but where it is pertinent, the trucks driving through the canyon are mandated to use engine mufflers, but no one's enforcing it. I spoke to the sheriff of Clear Creek County. He says it's a low priority. They don't have the equipment to enforce it. You know, I as a taxpayer can write down license plates, numbers and that, but I don't have a way to measure their noise. And you know, speaking of noise, Adam said that noise isn't an issue. It meets state standards. Well, that's easy for him to say. He doesn't get woke up every morning at 4:30 in the morning by those trucks and their Jake brakes. So I'd like to close with saying that The decision you made today not only affects Wallstrom Quarry, it impacts the environment, health and welfare, pocketbook and recreational activities for this and future generations.
This could be part of your legacy.
Thank you for listening.
How long have you lived there, sir?
10 years.
Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. The next person on the list is Mary Preister. Were you also going to speak, Mary, or?
I did speak 2 weeks ago, and so I just thought I was signing in that, yes, I'm present.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Sheila Carlin. Please state your name and your residence, please. I mean, your location where you live.
So I'm Sheila Carlin, and I live in Jefferson County on the Douglas Mountain Rim, kind of up the road from Mr. Preister. And I wanted to echo some of the things that he said, and I was disappointed to hear in the presentation that in the sort of the conflict of in the standard, the compatibility standard, that you didn't really put much emphasis on noise and optics. People moved up into our neighborhood for the views and kind of the freedom to live in the country. And I've lived up there now for 20 some years and have watched the expansion of the quarry and the dust and the noise and the traffic. But recently we had a new realtor move into our neighborhood I live on the Robinson Hill side, and she showed a house in that area and drove down what we call the downside of Douglas Mountain, which is Douglas Mountain Drive, down to 119 on her way to take her clients to lunch. And being a new realtor, and she's kind of from the eastern side of the Front Range, she saw the residents or her clients saw the Fry Quarry and were just appalled. It happened to be a really windy day, so the dust was blowing, and they got down to the bottom and were heading into Idaho Springs to lunch. And she said she has a Cadillac and she hit that dip where you come out of the quarry. And because the trucks go across the road there to this parking area, there's a dip in the road there. And she said she hit that and thought she was going to dislodge her muffler. And she encountered 15 trucks right there. And she said her clients just said, "You can take me back now. We don't want to go any farther here." And so when she got home, she called me and said, what is this? So I told her about it. She said, "I'm not going to take any of my clients down that road anymore because nobody will buy on the Robinson Hill side if they go down that way." And so I think that there's an impact there to property, the ability to sell people's homes. If any of you lived in that same area that we live in, I bet you might take a different approach to the way you consider those kinds of standards and the optics involved, and perhaps even the property values. Realize that Gilpin and Clear Creek County are going to benefit widely from this, but as Tim mentioned, it's us in Jefferson County that have to bear the brunt of that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Nanette Reimer. I'm not sure she meant to speak.
I think she just checked in because she was doing the earlier item on the.
Yeah. Okay. Meredith, I'm having a hard time reading this one. Meredith, Reese? Oh, yeah. I think we met the other day. Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Meredith Reheis. I've resided at the tippy top of Douglas Mountain Drive for 45 years. Built our own home there.
And you're on the Jefferson County side?
I am on the Jefferson County side, Douglas Mountain neighborhood. So I have 2 points to make in addition to the ones that my neighbors have already brought up. I appreciated the heat map that you generated of the view shed. I think it's obvious that most of the upper part of Douglas Mountain Road will be in the red. And the question I have for the Fry Quarry and for the commissioners is how long? Yes, eventually. it will get to a depth where we will not be able to see the operations, although we will see the reclamation. How long will that take? Am I going to look at that hole and that operation and those blastings and that truck traffic and the grading for 15 years before it gets down to a level where I can't see it anymore? I'm going to be pretty old by then. The second point I'd like to make is to the commissioners in general and to Clear Creek County, where will you draw the line on these kinds of hard rock excavations? Yes, Clear Creek County has a long legacy of mining. It's mostly healed. Those were underground mines. You know, the tailings piles have gotten mainly revegetated. Still see them here and there. But I submit to you that a giant open pit mine is not the same. And it reminds me of what's happened in other beautiful places out in the West where giant open pit mines are being constructed only because they're sitting on BLM land. And it's easier to get permits. What about Clear Creek County? Will it extend into Gilpin? Could be done. You know, where do we draw the line as people who are concerned with our environment? Thanks.
Thank you. Tommy Fry.
I was checking in.
Okay, just in case you want to say something else. And Lisa, same.
Same.
Steve O'Brien,
Same.
Joe Fry.
Same.
Oh, here's one. This guy will talk. Bob Gibbs.
Well, you guys are cowards. My name is Bob Gibbs, and I live in Georgetown, Colorado for 63 years. And I came here to say a lot of different things. But when I watch the passion and integrity of the Frys make their presentation for an outstanding business, I kind of had to bring that point to the table as opposed to all the ones that have been shown on the videos. I'll digress for a moment and say I was chairman of the Georgetown Planning Commission for 15 years, from 1964 to 79, I guess. And there were difficult things. That was prior to interstate and a number of things. But the point I'm making is 1956, the earthen dam went out and went down valley and created quite a rush of water. There were many naysayers to rebuilding the dam, but we had a grant and we prevailed on going ahead and building a modern dam with a cement dam with a spillway and so forth. And now I just would say to you, every time you drive up over that hill and you see the Georgetown Lake, instead of various other developments, it's a natural resource. And it is an economic engine for our community. I must say, many of the naysayers said, job well done. And it wasn't their opinion prior to that. I must say that Corey, I was here when Al Sr. started scraping. I wasn't a mining advocate at the time. I've become one. The family has done a marvelous job. One thing I'd like to mention, the greenhouse at the school, heavily funded by the Fry family, along with Bojo's, who's been here 50 years. There's good news to having these long-term people, and we're looking for new businesses to uplift our tax revenues that are decreasing, I'm in favor of the quarry extension. Thank you. I think I stayed under 3 minutes.
You did. You actually, I didn't start it right away, but you stayed under by about a solid 20.
I knew you had me.
Yeah, I was ready. I had a very loud alarm set just for you. Thanks, Bob. Looks like I see Jan Boland, but I'm seeing her, and I see Bob Boland.
There's Jan.
Registered in with Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, we know we were just signing in, but I did want to speak. So, all right. Takes me a while. Yes, I'm Robert Boland, a resident of Idaho Springs here in Clear Creek County and a native of the county. I'm first of all want to say that I totally support, for all of the reasons given that have been well digested by a lot of people, support the rezoning and the expansion of the quarry. And the continued population growth along the Front Range at the end of whether it's 20, 25, or 50 years, the population is probably, to many of us, going to be rather dismaying down here. 5, 8, 10 million, who knows? And the point being that the demands on our water, even if the water resources stay as they are now, are going to be critically high. Added to that, climate change. We really don't know where we're going in the future on this. Our towns up here have very little storage, 1, 2 dry years, and we're in deep, deep trouble up here as communities, all of us. So where I'm going with this is that I see approval of this expansion as a creation of a future resource for water storage. Very significant water storage. And you know the numbers on the number of the amount of mined area. I'm not sure where a practical lake would be that would fill up that quarry. The hydrologist would have to figure that out. But to me, that would be by far the highest and best use, not in the long term, not industrial zoning or dryland recreation. And the lake, of course, a lake would provide a lot of recreation. And again, this is getting into the conceptual area that Adam mentioned earlier. And we haven't, maybe in my mind, spent quite enough time on that. Whether it's 30, 40, or 50 years is not really very long in the scheme of things. I can tell you firsthand that I thought reaching the age of 83 would take me a lot longer. And so 50 years is not very long in my mind. So in any case, it seems to me that the highest and best use of that quarry that needs to be studied a little more early on is as a major reservoir. And pump storage like that, or possibly even with the elevations, it could be even fed during wet years by gravity from the upper side edges of this county. But a pump storage reservoir would not impact Clear Creek Canyon, the aquatic habitat. It could be totally controlled, obviously, and perhaps maintain stream flows in very dry years that may be coming in managing the stream flow down toward Golden. So what I'm saying is the long-term water storage there is an infrastructure thing that we need to look at. And I think Clear Creek County, and one last thing, I do believe that the water could be pumped back upstream to these communities, and so it would be a backup insurance plan for our own survival in these communities. That's all.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lindsay Valdez.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Valdez. I'm with the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. I've been there for about 6 years and also a resident of Georgetown. And for the last 6 years, I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Fry and have toured the site and taken my son to events that have been provided, and also have seen the benefits of all the contributions that the Fry Quarry has made over the years. What I do want to reiterate, the support points made by Bob Boland and Bob Gibbs. I agree with both of the gentlemen's points. And also just want to reiterate, we know that Clear Creek County is facing challenges, financial, economic challenges. We know that we have to work towards diversification. Yes, that is difficult in a mountain community. We do have our eggs in mining and also in tourism. Financially down the road, we do need to think about that. And I think that the economic report put together by the company brought in by the quarry makes some valid points of financially the benefits to Clear Creek County. I also want to point out that part of my job is, again, we want primary job creation. We want to see primary jobs and a primary employer in our community. And the quarry is just that. They're creating high quality jobs, as Mr. Fry pointed out. The benefits packages, the wages that are provided to their employees. They're a very high quality employer in our county, and I do think that the resources provided are essential to our quality of life, not only in Clear Creek County but also down the hill and across Colorado. The projects that they've contributed to. I'm going to Greece in June, so I'm going to fly down that runway. So I'll keep it short, but again, just want to extend my support. I think they're an amazing company. I think they do amazing things for Clear Creek County, especially with the reclamation efforts and their attention to the wildlife and the residents in the area. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Max Denby.
Morning. I'm sorry?
Yeah, state your location where you live.
My name is Max Denby, live in Denver. I've been an employee at AFS for almost 5 years. I've never seen a company treat its people better, act as a better partner to the community, and act as a better steward to the environment. Like I said, I live in Denver, and we send material to the entire metropolitan area, far and near. I want to live in Denver forever, and quite frankly, the growth just won't be able to continue without the material that we produce. And I think it's obvious that the benefits provided by the quarry far outweigh the costs, and the needs of millions of people in the area certainly outweigh the inconveniences of a small handful. Proud to work here, proud to continue working here, and strongly in favor.
Thank you. Tom Reynolds.
Good morning, everybody. My name's, I'm Tom Reynolds, and I've grown up in the community here. I was raised here, went to high school here, graduated in 79.
And you currently live where?
608 Minor.
Okay.
Okay.
Meadow Springs. Right.
Basically, I had worked at the Henderson mine up through 81, and came to work for the Fries in 84. I worked with the father, and I seen the potential that was there with the quarry and everything, how long it'd be there. So I decided I'm going to make this my home. And me and the father, we basically just clicked. I started as a laborer, and then I ran a loader for him. And then he seen the potential in me, and he moved me up to quarry manager. And then from there, me and Al Fry Sr. basically, his number one goal was, and I was right beside him the whole time, was to get the quarry ready for the next generation. And by doing so, he made Al Fry Jr. president of the quarry without even asking him. He just did it. That's the way Albert was. And I remember one of the first things that Al told me was, I need to get this quarry ready for the next generation. And I think, I thought generation people, his sons, his daughters. But I think it was getting ready for everything they have to deal with the community, with taking control of the dust, the reclamation, everything done before the next generation came in. And, the way I feel about it is it's really important to the community. This application goes through the state and for all the employees that are working there, because I plan on retiring there. And I'm hoping that by doing this, the employees that are there can retire, and existing miners that come in and work for Albert Fry and Sons can retire too, because they've been very good to their employees. They've taken very, very good care of me and my family. And my father, when he had his excavating company and the quarry opened up, he got all his product for the county from the Fries until he passed away in a tragic accident. And so that's about all I have to say. I mean, hopefully this will get pushed through. I think it's real important for the future of all the existing employees and employees to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So then we have Beth Baldick. I'm guessing you may have just signed up, or?
I just signed it.
Okay, I was taking a wild guess at that. In fairness, is there anyone else who's not signed up and who has not spoken who wishes to speak?
I apologize, I didn't see the sign-in sheet.
Yeah, so state your name
Dan
and
Geltmaker. I live on Saddleback Mountain. And also, my wife and I own and operate the little bar, restaurant, Two Bears. I don't know, I've known Al 4 years now, 5 years. But anyway, nobody wants it in their backyard. I understand that. I totally understand. But owning and operating that bar, we've had someone petition to have an air quality study done. We did it. Air quality is fine. Do I get dust? Yeah, I get dust. I get dust out of my parking lot. I get dust from the quarry. I get some dust, but air quality is fine. All I can say is I support it. It's progress. I moved here to the mountains. I got to deal with progress. Whether it's good or bad, it's an individual perspective. But I think long-term, it is a very good move. Very good move. So,
thank you. With that, I'm assuming, do we have anyone online that wish to speak?
We do have one person raising their hand. Or actually a few. So Lexi and then Tom. So Lexi, do you want to go ahead?
Hi, yes. My name is Lexi and I am a resident of Clear Creek County. And I'm also a climber and a whitewater enthusiast. And I support the quarry improving and expanding. However, as a climber, I would really love to see some kind of definitive safety measure taken in place. Something along the lines of even a light or something like that flashes when that area of disturbance might be impacted at all. I also agree that the traffic on 6, I don't think that 6 is really equipped to compensate for the increased traffic. And I think that an alternative route should be considered, at least for some of that traffic. But overall, I do support the quarry. I support everything that they do for our community. I think that they're a great organization. I would love to see this move forward. I just would love to see maybe some safety impacts taken into consideration, and also that agreement with the Boulder Climbing Coalition to be solidified as well. And yeah.
All right, thank you. And did you start with 2 devices turned on in there a little bit ago? We had a big echo for quite a while. And then something changed, so I'm assuming that you caught that, but we were able to hear what you said.
I apologize. There was another computer that was listening in that forgot to mute. I do apologize for that.
Okay, so you had two of them on. And you live where?
In Georgetown, Colorado.
Oh, in
and I'm a
Georgetown.
resident.
Thank you.
We also had Tom Ripley raise his hand. I moved over as a panelist if you would like to.
Tom Wrigley.
Ripley.
So you moved him over?
Yep, he's a panelist. I'm gonna ask him to unmute.
There he is.
Yes, my name's Tom Ripley, and I live at on Douglas Mountain Drive at the top of the South Side Switchbacks. And I'm president of the Douglas Mountain Residents Association, which represents over 200 households, mostly from the Douglas Mountain side and the Robinson Hill side. And most of the comments have already been made by Tim, Amerith, and Sheila. So I won't waste your time with that. But what I'd like to say is most of the residents that are being affected were not represented because we were outside of the 300-foot notification of the expansion. And another thing I'd like to mention is the dust. The dust happens often, very often, and it rises thousands of feet in the air, miles down the canyon. My one question is, how are you going to stop the wind? Thank you.
That's pretty fast. Thank you, Tom. Anyone else?
Maybe.
No, sorry. I was just making sure.
That's it?
Yep, we have no more people raising hands.
Okay. Okay, with that, I guess it's time for the board to weigh in on any questions and comments that we have for staff.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, if we could close public comment, if there are no more public comments, so that it is closed for the remainder of the hearing, including if it's continued to another day.
Okay, well, you heard it, what he said. Public comment is now closed. There will be no more public comment. Whether we make a decision today or not, even if we continue to a future day to make a final decision for any reason or questions or something like that that need to be answered, there will be no more public comment at a future hearing date as well. So whether we decide yes, continue, or no, public comment is closed. All right, with that, may I turn it over to my colleagues here?
I'll go first. I'm shocked that I really don't have any, I have a few comments, but I don't think I have any questions. And I think I would open with high praise for staff and for the applicant. That I heard multiple times from Adam that the applicant went above and beyond providing different scientific reports that were not required by the application process. And I think it made it, and I would say, when Adam kind of laid out the criteria for approval, it's kind of a little bit black and white in my mind. It looks like all those criteria have been met. With that said, I very much appreciate the neighbors from Jefferson County coming to talk to us about their concerns, and your concerns are completely valid. Even though my guess is most of the residents of Douglas Mountain have moved into their neighborhoods after the mine started, so with full knowledge that they were locating their families near an active gravel pit, that still doesn't mean you don't suffer the impacts. And you're exactly right. You don't get any of the community benefits that we get by having a wonderful steward in our community. You just get the impacts, and I recognize that. And that kind of comes to my last point. And I don't remember who said it, but I think it was actually one of the professors from mines talked about how much not just Clear Creek needs aggregates, but our state needs aggregates. And I heard somebody characterize this in terms of progress, right? I mean, progress, we all want to have new housing, affordable housing. There's all these things that represent progress that we want. And I heard it said, all of your stuff, all of your belongings, your house, it was either grown or mined, right? That's just basically where all of our stuff comes from. So if you appreciate the lifestyle that we all enjoy, these impacts are just part of the progress, are just part of the equation. So it's not lost on me that there is impact, but if I'm looking at the larger context, and again, I think the presentations today were fantastic in terms of highlighting both the positives and the negatives. In my mind, two things: the positives outweigh the negatives dramatically, and then the second thing is if we're looking at what we were elected to do, sitting here and interpreting the criteria for passing this, it's really clear to me. So I support it.
George.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think you did a really good job summarizing the balance we're trying to strike. I agree that, so I won't restate what you stated. I particularly appreciate your acknowledgement of the impacts that some people are going to experience if this is approved. The one criteria for approval that I'm struggling with is consistency with the master plan. And I'm leaning towards thinking that it does. And I have a number of questions, and I'm not sure they can all be answered today. But I just want to talk a little bit about how I read the master plan, so that everybody can understand how my questions tie into this criteria. As I understand the master plan at a high level, it asks us to balance these decisions, balance the positive economic and fiscal impacts against the real impacts to natural and cultural resources. I think that when you talk about natural and cultural resources, when you talk about the viability and potential of our tourism economy, noise, dust, view sheds are all worthy of careful consideration. And I view this document as my guiding document as one of the elected officials of this county. I read it every time I have a big decision to make. I scour it for guidance. So, you know, I want to acknowledge that the applicant has taken steps to mitigate these visual impacts and other impacts to our natural cultural resources. I agree they've done a good job articulating the economic benefits that include good jobs, which are rare in this community. They're one of the few employers that provides benefits and a living wage in our community. Their skill demand is diverse from the majority of our employers, and that's important. They help lower material prices and construction costs for projects across the county. Projects like I-70 and the peak period shoulder lanes and just crucial projects for our economic viability. And you've been as good a corporate citizen as anyone can ask for. So my intention with these questions is to dig in to try to get precise about the negative impacts. And I don't have questions about the positive economic impacts. I do at this point lack a precise enough and long range enough understanding of the fiscal impacts to be able to state positively these economic and fiscal impacts outweigh the negative impacts that have been discussed. And so that's my intent here in these questions. So, and I'm just going to kind of go through a list, and if anyone's curious to hear reference specifically where in the master plan I'm obtaining this mixed guidance, I'm happy to do so. If you think that would be wise for the record, I'm happy to do that. Now or at another time. So please, anybody let me know if they want me to continue talking about this document that I spent way too much time on.
Mr. Chair, I give you permission to talk about anything you want to. Unless Peter yells stop, that's illegal.
It's not needed to cite to specifics in the master plan as you wish to.
I mean, I'll just point out a few. I mean, the guiding principles for economic development, support investments in economic development only where it demonstrates a net benefit to the county. I think that's a really key factor here. It also talks about supporting the preservation of important natural and cultural resources, quality of life, and all of these things are subjective. What is quality of life? I can tell you, as somebody who also was born and raised in Idaho Springs, that there have been negative quality of life impacts that I've experienced that I think are credible. And so I think that's, our view sheds are identified as important cultural resources in this document. Peace and safety is identified as important. And so I'll stop there. Just want to establish that there is a basis for this. And I'm going to jump into some questions here. This one is just kind of, I'm going to start with I think I'm misunderstanding the document as it's read, and I want to make sure I'm understanding it right. This is about the scale station that's across the road. Is the intent for trucks to cross the road and be there, or am I misreading what a scale? Can you just describe what the scale station is?
Yeah, currently there exists a portable trailer that's been there for 20 years. And it's outlasted its useful life. So with the modern technology, with remote ticketing and technology in the facilities, and hopefully a flush toilet at the quarry, we anticipate putting the station and the office facility on the other side, but all the weighing and ticketing will occur inside the quarry.
Okay. So my next set of questions is coming from there was a comment that has an excerpt from the minutes of the last time we had this conversation about an expansion of the quarry. And this is important to try to understand how reliable the assertions of economic impact are over time, based, compared to how reliable they've been in the past. And I believe the mine life was stated as 70 years during the last approval 20 years ago. And I'm hearing today that there's only 5 years left. And there's a pretty big difference in those time measurements. Can you explain what happened there?
Absolutely. I'll take some credit for that. When we were last here 20 years ago, we amended into that blue area, the biotite schist. And that's where the 50, 70 years came from. It's still there. The problem is it's not marketable. We can't sell it. And we will be reserved to making a couple thousand tons of road base if we don't have this high quality gneiss to blend with the schist. So it's my fault for necessarily permitting the schist, which was good back then when we got the permit. But now with the specifications changed and the increased pavement designs criteria that we have to meet to build, structurally good concrete, asphalt roads for like Floyd Hill, we need that gneiss. We have a customer that cannot do CDOT work today. They're trucking quality aggregate clear from Fairplay, Colorado, 90 miles. They can meet the demand of CDOT. When the spur gets developed and that quality material is there, we believe we can get back in that business with them.
Okay, thank you.
That's what's changed. That's 100%. Trust me, if the existing quarry had gneiss in it, I would not be here today, and I would not have worked as hard as I have for the last 3 years to get this done.
Okay. There's also a lot of conversation at the time about the maximum number of acres that you were going to be in active mining at one time, and I think the number stated was 40. Do you have plans for limiting the maximum number of acres that you're going to be mining through the future?
That falls kind of in the wheelhouse of the DRMS and the maximum amount of disturbance. Back then in 83 or even in 2002, it was 40 acres or less. But now that we've deployed this top-down mining, the acreage has increased, and we're approximately about 150 acres of disturbance
at any one time.
At any one time. But what's beautiful now about the top-down mining and concurrent reclamation, now that number is going to be somewhat stable. So it's going to be 100, 150 plus acres. And we need flexibility with the mine to be able to open new areas, develop soil amendment, create benches, haul roads, all those types of things to move around. And that's where the DRMS comes in. But now, I don't see it being more than that number. I would hate to commit to something and have to do that, but the idea of concurrent reclamation is what you see today as far as disturbance will kind of continue. There'll be reclaimed slopes, disturbed areas, and I guess does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And so currently there's not a commitment to a maximum number of acres of disturbance in your mine reclamation permit or anywhere else?
There's not a commitment to disturbance. It's 100% bonded for the existing disturbance area. So when the DRMS comes in and reviews our site, and if there's excess acreage, they will revise the bond to make sure that it gets reclaimed, but to also take into account the reclaimed slopes.
Okay, thank you. And I had the same question that one of the commenters had, which is the most highly impactful period when you'll be opening to improve this is when you're at the top. How long under your plans until those impacts are below the sort of visual and sound impact level?
It's a very good question and valid. With the top-down mining, with the caveat that it's all demand-driven. We don't anticipate demand softening really anytime soon. So currently with our same production, the cycle takes about, 3 to 5 years for every 50 to 100 feet in elevation change. So when we start at the top, it'll be year 1, you'll see the disturbance. Then year 2, you'll see a second bench be disturbed. Year 3, you'll start to see the third bench be disturbed, but then we will start bringing soil amendment and start the concurrent reclamation on bench 1. So by the time we get down 2 more benches, bench 5, let's say, 1 and 2 will actually be graded, reclaimed, and actually growing vegetation, and that process will continue. So it's kind of like a 5-year cycle. If the current demand goes, we could be 5 to 6 benches down in less than kind of 5 years is the way we anticipate. And also, as it relates to the spur, it will progress very slowly. The mining plan describes working into the narrows of the spur, where we're going to work our way in. There's significant elevation change there in the narrows because we need all the stormwater and all of the haul roads to drain into the existing quarry. So it will be a slow progression as we come around the corner, and then the impacts will increase slightly into the spur bowl or what Douglas Mountain can see. But same thing, they're strategic, slow moving benches that are reclaimed concurrently.
And how far do you have to, I can read this, I just don't have it. How far down do you have to go from the top of the mine to where the visual and the noise impacts of the blasting start to be reduced?
It's all based on your view shed. So, if you live, say, at 7,500 on Douglas Mountain, you'll see it for, basically below the one ridge that is retained is 7,500. So say you live at 76, you have a minute view of that. But if you live at 78 or 8,000, you're going to see it for a lot longer trying to look into the mine. The ridges don't stay. We're not building them up or taking them down. They stay their fixed elevation. So it depends on where you live. If you live clear up on Pack Saddle, you're going to see it for a long time. But if you live down on Santa Fe or Elk Valley, you're going to see it for a couple years and then it's going to disappear.
Okay. What's the height of the mine at the top?
It's just under 8,000 feet.
Yeah, go ahead. It just relates to that. When we were on our field tour, you showed the top of a hill. And of course, it increases volume and cross-section as you come down. So you presume that it comes faster at first. And you said the entire top of that mountain is coming down for a certain distance before you start benching. What is the elevation at the top of the mountain? That's the question.
Yeah, the elevation of the top of that mountain is just under 8,000 feet.
And what's the elevation at the base of the pit?
7,200.
So there's an 800-foot elevation difference.
That's correct.
And what will be, once you start coming down to where you create a new ridge line, because the top of the mountain is going to disappear. What is the elevation of that ridge line that will become permanent then?
Again, it varies based on your perspective. So from Saddleback, those ridges are higher and are approximately 75 to 7,800, but the ridge line from Douglas Mountain is like 70, I think it's somewhere around 7450 or somewhere of that nature.
So you'll be down 400 feet before you hit a permanent ridge line.
That's correct.
Sorry, George, it was pertinent. It's fit right in.
Please.
I want to make sure I understood the answer to your question.
And it's probably more efficient for, if I'm asking questions that you want to dig into, to just do it then. So thank you. I want to talk about the fines piles. And some of the comments were sort of delayed reclamation around the fines piles. Can you characterize how this change would impact those fines piles, plans to mitigate and reclaim those impacts?
Yeah, so the fines pile that was described in several of those objection letters is what we call the Gilpin County Section 35 fill. There's over 5 million tons of fill back there. Today, that fill has reached its capacity. We're not allowed to haul any more material in there, and we have reclaimed the top 25 acres of that site. We have grass growing on it now, and our next agenda is to start the slope reclamation on that site. Some of those pictures, I'm not proud of those. But the way that fill was designed and the way that we executed it was problematic because we couldn't stabilize or reclaim the bench we were building because we're going to come back and fill it right again. And so we would backfill it, get it all level, and then bring another lift in and another lift in. And then as it reached the higher levels, it became exposed to the wind. And so those are the things we strive to prevent. Today, that is all capped on the top, and we're planning to reclaim it on the bottom. And those were separate events. The haul roads now, we use chemical polymers to help hold the moisture. We use recycled asphalt in the high wind areas to help keep the dust down when the trucks are driving around there. Joel, did I miss anything there? It's not going to be a problem on the fill pile, and it's done. And so the next question is well, where is the fines going to go? And for those 5 years, there's two things. Again, back to the quality of the rock. The gneiss creates about 10% of fine aggregate when it's crushed because it's so hard. The schist creates 25%. So we always had a struggle trying to manage that. Well, now the market has changed. We're actually producing a new product at the quarry where we wash the crusher fines, and now we can sell that product into asphalt, bedding sands, all those different types of things. And then we also have a large cut behind the quarry there that eventually will be slowly backfilled with any excess fines that we get. But it's going to take a while to fill that hole because we're selling everything that we can extract today. The market has changed. So we don't foresee, never say never, but we don't foresee a need for opening that fill site back up or anything. We just need to get it reclaimed, and the dust is under control up there.
Okay. And so you would like to not commit, I assume, to not continuing to fill that site?
I can commit to that today. We're not allowed to do that with Gilpin County today.
Oh, and is that something that we can even ask for because it's not in our county line?
Well, you can ask information regarding it.
Can we ask for that as a condition of approval?
Yes, you can add that as a condition for approval, understanding that whether it affects you or not, it's only really the direct effect is Gilpin County on that.
And you just said that you're already not allowed to add to it by Gilpin County at this time.
That's correct.
That would be a reinforcement, but you're reinforcing something that's apparently already been decided. So.
And maybe to better answer your question, if Gilpin County were to change that, what you do, the only effect it would have is if you make it a condition that they can't utilize it.
Okay, thank you. I will comment, this is a comment, I think, because I think it's through the presentation been satisfied in my mind, but there seemed to be some implicit acceptance of the wildlife impact based on this statement that what we're talking about, the land we're talking about in this amendment right now was stated to be preserved for wildlife. I think the way I am deciding not to make an issue of that is that you've had the state approve your reclamation plan, your mining plan. I believe the state is supposed to consider wildlife impacts. And I think I'm satisfied by that. I think I'm also satisfied by that because of the reclamation efforts that you've discussed and planned for and have executed. But I do want to just sort of note that. Because there is sort of, as a general theme, some inconsistency with the assertions that were made 20 years ago and the ones that are being made today. On the dust, you know, this is a comment that I would maybe just ask you. I don't have a specific question, but I acknowledge that the level of particulate air pollution measured at 2 bears is generally low-ish. I also know that there's a lot of emerging science about the health harms of particulate matter. I don't know if that science is solid enough for us to really rely on it from a regulatory perspective. And I also hesitate to see value in a monitoring site that is upwind of the prevailing winds from that site. I believe the prevailing winds are generally heading east. And by the time you get to the monitoring sites in Golden, you're talking about a lot of sources, right? So I don't know that there's great data. And once again, I think in the lack of that great data that we have right here in front of me, and frankly, the lack of my ability to evaluate that data, I would refer to, I believe the state has this as a condition of approval for their mining permit.
Yeah, and Al could probably further talk about the CDPHE air quality permit and the modeling that he went through. He went through a big process with that, and that might answer some of your questions.
Any comment you want to add on that is welcome.
I have two points. So another big task for me was to get this air pollution modeling. Thankfully, Joel came on board and was huge, and he can talk about the modeling aspect of it. But these purple air monitors, the one that Dan talked about that's on his facility. So those are open to the public. And about 2 years ago when we started this process, a monitor showed up on Douglas Mountain. And we didn't have anything to do with it, but we were able to watch it. We have some minor recordings that shows, you know, an air quality rating of say 10 at 2 bears and 2 at Douglas Mountain, or vice versa. Maybe 10 at Douglas Mountain and 2 at 2 bears. And frankly, we did not know where that monitor came from, and we contacted the health department, and it was a health department monitor. We asked him where to go because it fell off the public map about, you know, a year ago. And we asked if we could see the data, get anything, and so we haven't gotten anywhere that because we're assuming that there was no significant findings there. Because when we watched it, the correlation was pretty good. It's really, and frankly, on the windy days, it was better. Because, you know, we're talking about PM 2.5 and PM 10, the dust you can see. You know, and I'm not here to say that dust is not good for you, but you know, the real harm is in those finite particles, and the majority of them falls on our ground. So, Joel, if you want to add a little something to that.
Yeah, I guess just the big picture. We have an air permit issued by CDPHE. In order to get the permit issued, you have to go through a modeling process where you model every single emission source inside the plant and the fugitive dust that comes off the roads, and then you put a grid of points outside the quarry. I'm not sure how far it extends, but I think it's a half mile within the quarry, and basically model what is the air impact on each receptor outside the quarry. And it has to be below 50 micrograms per centimeter cubed or something like that. And we went through that process, passed modeling, and the permit was issued about 2 years ago. Includes all of our sources inside the quarry, all the crushers, all the screens, and the fugitive dust emissions, including blasting. So when you do look at that purple air data, I mean, the air quality numbers that you see at Two Bears and Evergreen area are on the order of usually 0 to 10. And then when you get over to Golden and especially over to Aurora, you see numbers more in the 20 to 50 range, even up to 100. And really, there's an important point to make. Al mentioned it. Visible dust is not real dangerous because it's large and the particles are large enough that you're when you breathe it in, your health system filters it out. It's the fine particles less than 2.5 microns that are the ones that are dangerous. And those are primarily from combustion sources. So you'll get the highest readings along highways, actually. Myself, I've been at a lot of quarries in a lot of states, and the dust suppression system that we have at this quarry is the most advanced system that I've seen, both from the extent of it. Some quarries only put water on the primary crusher. Here it's on the primary crusher and then a bunch of transfer points, 50 locations. And that's very unusual, and it's very difficult in this quarry because of the cold temperatures. The water wants to freeze. And so the whole system is automated to be turned on and to be drained at night so it doesn't freeze because it, just like your pipes at home, if they freeze, they'll burst. So.
Yeah, and staff could also provide that secondary support during those reviews. We reach out to CDPHE to understand what they're going through with their air permits and the modeling piece. So.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm satisfied by that. With the caveat that those elevated numbers that you mentioned are in a non-attainment area. So I don't. But
non-attainment for ozone.
Yeah, there was no grace given because Clear Creek County is in a non-attainment area. The modeling was prescribed as if it were in an attainment area. Okay. It was a 6-year process.
And you're not in a non-attainment area. And yes, it's ozone. It's just those things tend to, there's correlations between various emissions. Now I want to talk about the fiscal impact or ask about the fiscal impact. I'm looking at the history going from 2015 to 2020. And thank you, that slide is helpful. So that's, if you want to look at it, that's on page 8 of that economic impact report. The sales tax estimate, does that include indirect effects like purchases by your employees that you enable through your wages?
I don't believe so. I believe those are direct taxes that Albert Fry pays.
The 1.4 million or in 2020, yeah. Those are direct taxes. They're basically 3 different taxes: sales tax, property tax, and then excise tax. You know, there's calculations based on how much material you extract. And so the more material you extract, the higher the tax gets allocated to that property.
Okay, thank you. So just want to acknowledge that the actual impact is certainly greater than what's stated here. How much greater is something that we could pay a lot of money to find out, right?
Mm-hmm. And it would be wrong.
Yeah, it would be a guess.
All models are wrong.
Pay a
All
lot of money
models are
to
wrong.
estimate. So, and you know, credibly estimate, in my opinion. Okay, so then I want to ask about I want to understand the volatility in these tax payments, in these tax impacts. Because what I'm seeing is between 2019 and 2020, there's around $200,000 in reductions in the property tax payments. And I'm filling in a data point from the county assessor in 2022, where we saw another reduction of about $200,000. I suspect there's an explanation there, and I'm curious to hear it. And I'm curious to hear what you think about future volatility of your production rates and property values, et cetera.
Yeah, it's somewhat simple. 2021 pandemic. So while we were still operating and doing well, volumes were down slightly. And also a big part of that is the material that we're extracting. So when we have a big international runway job or a light rail job, those are high crushed stone, high ASP, high crushed stone materials. Right now we're selling a lot of fill material to the new Pepsi bottling facility in Aurora. You know, that's classified as borrow. So when they do that yearly calculation based on the material that we sold, if it's borrow or crushed stone, those are different. So it's kind of a, instead of storing it in a site like the Gilpin Fill, now we're selling it, but we're selling more. So we will start to see that impact. As far as long-term fiscal, some of it is also related to our capital expenditures. You know, we've ratcheted possibly back a little bit because right now we're having a hard time making investments. You know, the big wheel loader you guys saw on site, you know, is $2 million. It does not justify the return if I'm only going to extract a 500,000 ton of material and I'm going to be out of material in 5 years. So, you know, while we're very optimistic about this application, some of that sales tax has been somewhat management's curtailment of investment, which translates into sales tax. So I'm kind of answering it, hopping around. But long term, we should have kept these two slides in, but it talks about the demand for aggregate in the Front Range. And basically the Front Range is running out of aggregate. That's why you've seen, you know, an uptick in our business because other sources are running out, and then they're also further away. They used to mine gravel and Golden, and it was 80% rock, 20% sand. Well, now they're mining aggregate. They've depleted all of the sand and gravel on the Front Range. They're mining sand and gravel now north of Brighton to Milliken, almost to Greeley now. So the distance to bring gravel from Milliken to the market is now the same from the quarry. That's why we're making this new sand, because now we have a competitive advantage with them. But there's no rock out there. So that rock's got to come from somewhere. There's 4 quarries in the Front Range, you know, ours and 3 other, and 2 of them are running short on reserves. And frankly, those 2 only produce for themselves in their vertically integrated companies. And so I think the long-term outlook for the Wallstrom Quarry is very bullish. And we anticipate seeing demand being in that 3+ million ton every year for the next 50 years. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it helps. Is the lack of other quarries because a lack of sites with viable material, or is it an inability to get through local permitting processes?
It's a combination of both. I mean, to put it into perspective, Young Ranch resource aside, the Wallstrom Quarry was the last greenfield quarry permitted in the Front Range. That was 1983. The Wallstrom Quarry was also the last amended quarry in 2002. Okay, so now we're here today amending the Martin Marietta Spec Ag Quarry. They are, I don't want to say desperate. There's a high need. Their resources depleting. They actually talked open space, pulling conserved open space out of conservation, and now they're going to mine it. Like, that's how dire the natural resources is in the Front Range. And so that's a really good example. They did a good job down there of utilizing the resources, and it's better to almost foster the ones that are here than start a new greenfield site. You know, I don't know that there'll be another greenfield quarry site in the Front Range. The barriers of entry in this industry are very difficult.
Yeah, just add to that, there's really three components for siting a quarry. One is the geology, two is the permitting, three is transportation. So to find a site that has all three of those, this quarry being right on I-70 it's why it's a great location for a quarry.
Does its proximity to the Jeffco line make any difference too, that it's west of the Jeffco line? Does that make it easier? From a permitting standpoint.
I think there's some truth to that. My dad in 1983 watched 5 companies try and permit quarries in the Front Range. The best rock in the state of Colorado is North Table Mountain. It was owned by a mining company. They couldn't get it permitted. The mouth of Golden was another site, couldn't get it permitted. They tried railing in stuff from Boulder County, couldn't get it permitted. And he said, I'm going to give this a shot. And he came one county to the west in Clear Creek in 1983 and got his permit. So there is something to that nature, but I think the quarry is an asset to the county, and that's why he got it. In 83, they were looking for jobs. The ups and downs of the Molly were difficult. They were trying to diversify their economy. The decision makers back then, I think, believed that this would be a good asset for Clear Creek.
The Penn Square Bank failed, and we had a recession similar to the recession of 2008. It was just as long and just as deep. And people's houses were worth a third of what they were, and there was no work in the county at all, starting in 1983.
And Dad was paying.
So people sitting in chairs like this were desperate to find anything they could to. And it was just a fact of life that I recall. That's why I was driving to Castle Rock for work. So.
Yeah, and I don't think this can be criteria for approval or denial.
No, it's just an interesting conversation.
It's a hard conversation because I don't believe in NIMBYism, and I also know that the land in Clear Creek County is just as special as the land anywhere else, and I in other contexts as well. Sometimes I hear that we're supposed to be the sacrifice zone, and I don't really love that. But that's not really a criteria for approval, and so it's not really a factor. It's just some comment.
Not approval today. Not at this time.
Criteria for approval or denial.
Right.
Well, to ease your emotions of that, the largest crushed stone quarry is in Jefferson County. Right next to Heritage Square. They basically put Heritage Square somewhat out of business. Ended up buying it. So I'm with you. I don't believe that the Wallstrom Quarry is a blight on Clear Creek County. Again, it's all about perspective. Don't get me wrong, but I see it as a benefit. I don't envy your position, but there's a lot of people in my sphere that really appreciate the creative landscaping that we do because it puts food on their tables, puts gas in their tank, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, and that's what we're trying to balance here. And the economic benefits are real, just as real as the disturbances. I want to hear what questions Randy has to add to this, and as I do it, I'm going to kind of weigh this application or the staff packet, and I agree with Sean that it's long and it's excellent, and something that it's missing is long range revenue projections, and it's something that I know I brought up in other land use cases, and I'm tempted to continue this hearing until those trends and projections can be provided. I also am willing to accept that if we don't anticipate a lot of volatility, it's actually a pretty simple math problem that I can probably run in my head right now. And have been running in my head since I got access to this thing. But that said, Randy, what?
Mr. Chair, if I might comment on that, because I think that's, in order for us to run those projections, we need to know production wise, what we can expect over the course of the next 20 years, right? And we would be relying on them to provide us that. I mean, I think that's
one of the factors.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I mean, you're not really proposing to increase, at least at this point in time, increase that production level. So I mean, that's a fairly constant. So it's just figuring out how that's the land value and everything else is going to change over time.
Yeah, there's not a lot of volatility in the numbers. I mean, the production for at least the last 10 years has been relatively consistent. Some of the product mixes have changed a little bit up, they vary a little bit. The real property is constant or consistent, and the sales taxes are relatively consistent. So there will be fluctuation year to year, but the long-term trend obviously would be to increase at a slow rate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the sales tax revenues double between 2015 and 2018. Property tax revenues have also almost doubled in that time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, if you're almost at the end of your list, we could finish your list, and then I could, because I've just I had a bunch of things. I've only got they're very small pages, so don't let the fact that there's 3 or 4 pages bother you. So they're you can see, and they're on a fry pit. This is made out of stone.
Rock paper.
Go ahead, George.
I actually think I've exhausted my
questions.
Well, I guess I have a question for Peter. In reading the reso approval draft, there's a lot of references to specific sections in our code that they'll need to comply with. I have some concern that as we tinker with our code in the future, we decide to renumber sections and we find out that this no longer applies. Should I be concerned about that?
No, the sections, even if we renumber them, this resolution will carry in terms of what's in place currently. And we will always be able to refer back to it. And if it moves a section, we'll just be able to know where it is. But what matters now is the regulations that are in place right now, and the resolution appropriately refers to those criteria.
So just to add, sorry, before.
Go ahead.
Oh, just to add some clarification to that, I think the references that may be in the resolution are part of the findings of fact, which are just support. It's not actually the stipulations and conditions that would be in the official development plan, which is referenced as Exhibit A. So in the stipulations and conditions, we shouldn't have too much of that.
That's an important question. Okay, that's what I have on my written list, Randy. You might inspire some other stuff out of me, but.
It's nice to know I can be inspirational, potential, or at least you think it's possible. I have, some of my questions, I have some comments and then some questions just to preface this. And some are for staff comments and a question or two, and some you may be able to answer today. And I haven't come to a conclusion about whether to continue or anything else, because I really came to listen to everything that was said, all the public comment, both the commissioners here, and listen to the advice of senior staff and everybody else. So, and I also want to reiterate before any of this saying that there isn't any doubt that your family and your operation have been excellent contributors and excellent citizens here. So as I start throwing out something that sounds a little challenging, either to staff or anybody else, it doesn't have anything to do with that. And I'm not, I'm not looking for a needle in a haystack. I've seen people do that before. And when I see them looking for a needle in a haystack, I go, you're looking for a reason to deny. And that's not the case here at all. But there are some things I'd like to bring up that I think, I'm going to start at the top with one that has to do with whether our compatibility with both our master plan and with surrounding land use. When you want to talk about compatibility with surrounding land use and you stand in a place that's got something on one side of you in one direction and something on the other side of you in another direction, it depends on which direction you turn and look. And so if I were to stand on the edge of the Fry Quarry and look to the east, I would say tearing up this mountain in front of me is not compatible with the land use that I see beyond it, stretching out almost 270 degrees around me. If I turn around and look at a 90-degree quadrant back the other direction, I say it's completely compatible with this operation that it's adjacent to, and it's contiguous with it, and it's owned by the same people in the same properties that are operating a pit at this time. So I realize that those are balancing things, and it kind of goes back to something that Adam said earlier, that when you start talking about the master plan or compatibility with adjacent territory, it starts getting gray really fast. I want to make a correction to something that was cited as a reason for compatibility, and I'm going to consider it. I'm going to assert it as a correction to the record with how in this report we have said we are compatible with the master plan. And it pulled out it anchored itself on one line that said, honoring our past while designing our future. And I remember where that line came from about 30 to 35 years ago before it ever got into the master plan. The first time I heard it was from Bill Macy, and it was resolving the tension between people who were looking at scars that were 100 years old or older on the sides of mountains, waiting to reclaim themselves, and recognizing that larger scars like open pit mines will be visible from the moon when we are extinct. Recognizing that, we're not making any more land. And so when you make that change, you make it forever. The counterbalance to that, of course, is the unbelievably good looking work of reclamation that I see happening at the top of your quarry as you're starting to reclaim top down, and recognizing that you're restoring mountain mahogany and food for deer and bighorn sheep and stuff like that. And a place that they may like better than what they had before because they've got some flat ground and some sloping ground. So they can run from the lion on sloping ground, and then they can hang out in comfortable territory on flat ground, so I get it. But what that line really meant for staff when it was created was that there were people that recognized those scars and said, we have this, there were a number of people that were looking towards a little more sustainable environmental future. And so they were saying that we've had our share of that, and that we'd like to share the burden of those kinds of scars with other places that wish to take them on themselves so that they're not all centered here as like a transportation sacrifice zone, a recreational sacrifice zone, or a mineral extraction sacrifice zone, because there's a lot of beauty here as well, and a lot of beauty to the natural environment. And at the same time, we have some stuff that we're really proud of, like some Victorian towns and a lot of old mining stuff. And so what we were trying to do was reconcile that we're not trying to point one way and say evil and good, but we were trying to say, well, that's our history. We've learned from it. We want to have a little more sustainable future. We want to preserve a lot of what's left of our natural environment here, but we also don't want to throw under the bus our grandparents and great grandparents and everybody, like my wife's grandfather that, hiked up to the Two Brothers Mine every day from Idaho Springs, and that she never knew because he died young from rock dust. So when we talk about air particulates, that was sticking in my head about how many generations here didn't get to know their grandfathers. So, we know that those are serious issues that have to be dealt with. And we have to make sure that we're paying attention to them. So all that kind of rolled through my head. So for staff, I wanted to clarify that one issue, that honoring our past while designing our future didn't mean honoring our past by replicating it in our future and continuing to do everything the way we always did. It meant something a little different than that when that line was written, because I was there when they wrote it. It's just it's like, where were you when Kennedy was shot, and so something like that. So those two issues, and they kind of tie into one. That particular use as a justification line, it rung hollow with me because I knew where it came from. And it kind of ties in together with the compatibility of the surrounding land use, which has a balance. You own the land. You've done a good job of the work that you've done there, and you intend to do a good job going forward. There's a little on the fiscal analysis. The fiscal analysis is basically confined to some information that was given to us from AFS and a comment from the assessor's office that kind of flew in the face of something that I heard in some previous discussions in previous days. I've heard that there are 2 or 3 financial benefits that we will get, which will be additive to what we receive today. One of those is a nickel a ton. Another one of those would be increasing property taxes from increasing property values because more of the land will be harvested. But then our previous assessor has a statement that's cited in the study that says exactly the opposite of that there will not be an increase in collection of property taxes because the volume will remain essentially the same. So the benefit from the land will remain essentially the same. So what you're really doing is avoidance of a reduction in property taxes. Once the mine is exhausted, its property value will be less than it was while you were mining it. And so you'll be paying lower property taxes. So if production remains essentially stable going forward without any major increase, then I can understand why the previous assessor said we don't expect to see an increase in property taxes because the overall property is still going to have the same income potential and the same value until its exhaustion, after which the property tax would be lower because you've exhausted the mineral resource and it may not be useful for any other service, any other purpose except open space, or maybe a reservoir that was brought up. And so that brings up the next issue that I had, which was its actual functional likelihood of being able to be used from a hydrological standpoint. I'd like to know what our real chances are for that becoming a reservoir. One of the issues we're running into in the mountains with the loss of snowpack as the winter is declining towards the first of the year is that people are talking about to offset that we need to build reservoirs. To build reservoirs, they're only useful if you have something to put in them, and that's a problem that we're running into, that we have reservoirs drying up across the West now. So building more reservoirs has to be pretty strategic in the use of energy to pump to them and divert streams and things like that. So I knowing the lay of the land and how it lays out there, and that the bottom floor of your quarry is now about even with the highway and about even with the river on the other side of the road within a few feet, is what would have to be done to make that a useful reservoir, and what would have to be done either digging down or damming across, and then what would have to be done, and what's the source of water that could effectively fill something that large to make it worth the price of doing that. I have no idea. I'm not an expert on that, but I just, common sense kind of made me wonder about that a little bit. Our environmental analysis, I thought in our report, was a little weak. It referenced a survey of people and their comments as what the impact they feel would be on them at one point. And I understand that we have to draw on a lot of environmental analysis from other places. And I recognize I haven't read every one of the 1,015 pages in the report. I did read a lot of it. I read all the summary stuff going into it, looked at all the maps, and then referred into fiscal reports and stuff like that, and read as far as I could into that as I had time. The Floyd Hill Conservation, the land on Floyd Hill, that's been referred to several times as something that's one of the contributions you would make in return for having received this. I heard what I'd like to know is the attitude internally at Clear Creek County. Who is that land given to? What kind of a deed restriction or conservation easement will be attached to it? So we'll know that that's actually its ultimate goal. And is it the intent of our board that land would be in a conservation easement, or to be wide open for whatever use we choose, like economic development or housing or something like that, which is different than a conservation easement? And that's almost an internal discussion more than external. It's been implied that that's going to be a conservation easement. It was one of the things that caused the people on Saddleback Mountain to reverse their position, was the reception of that as a conservation easement. How is that land going to be conveyed in a manner that will actually see that as its ultimate use? And is that something that we're looking for? And so that's something that hasn't been answered. So one of the things, again, it was implied to me from some previous staff meetings with staff that we would see an increase in property values. So that's one question. Property taxes from an increase in property value. That's in question based on the report itself. There is the conservation value of the land that was given on Floyd Hill. That's a question that needs to be answered internally. And there were a couple other things I found a little bit humorous that I won't mention. I noticed that we were I noticed that it wasn't from you guys. I'm sure you wouldn't have done this, but I noticed that gravel is of great benefit because it helps build things like schools and churches. And I thought, yeah, and also casinos and brothels and stuff like that. So you use it to build everything. So that was, it was a little too heavy on the lipstick on that one line. But it didn't come from you guys. It was someone else's. I think it was Sand and Gravel Association or something. I get back into the finances here. We're looking at about 175,000 to 200,000 a year in the nickel a ton. I'd like to, again, for the third time, I'll just state I'd like to know what the answer is on the property tax issue. You answered questions about the topography. It sounds like you're going to have to come down about 350 feet before you begin to actually hit a wall line where you stop and begin to terrace. In other words, the top of the cone comes off down to a level of about 350 feet. So when you say within 5 years we'll be down to where we'll be starting to terrace and do reclamation, it sounds like there's going to be nothing but dirt disappearing for some of that time until you get down that first 350 feet. Because that's where the first permanent remaining terraces begin.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. You want to answer?
I could answer a few of these before I get.
Yeah, sure. I've got
lots of notes. Relating to the terracing and the 350 mark, it's probably a good average number for the different perspectives going around, but 5 years, we'll have maybe 100 feet of benches, 250 footers or 25 or 30s. The top one's going to be reclaimed, as we come down. So it's not going to be 300 feet of scar and then we'll start reclamation.
What I was, and this is my misunderstanding, I think, that's why I'm seeking clarification. When you said that the top of that mountain will be down at the floor of the quarry, that was telling me that at that point where I saw the mountaintop that we were looking at off to our kind of northwest from where we were standing in the saddle when we drove up there, that was going to be vastly reduced down to a much lower level and that the highest berm was going to be somewhere well below that. So that, in other words, the top of that hill was going to disappear. We'd be looking at airspace view across the top. And so that's what I was wondering was how far you come down, how far that cone comes down. I was just curious about what the change to the view shed, what that is. But
yeah,
how long it'll take to get there was
that small little thumbnail that we were looking at on the site visit day. It's relatively small on the scope and scale of the site.
Okay.
So it's it could be reclaimed and excavated in less than 5 to 10 years.
Okay. All right. That's the answer I was looking for. Thanks. So it falls within the same time frame you were telling us a little while ago.
Chairman, we like maybe two, so maybe we could try and do them one by one. Maybe we can save the property tax for last, but the Floyd Hill, I can answer that real quick. It's condition number 29 in the steps and conditions.
Okay. Sorry.
That says it will be dedicated a conservation unit to MALT, Mountain Area Land Trust. What that looks like varies. It could be just a donation. It could be we retain the land and MALT is the land steward. But their board has agreed to take that on as a conservation project.
Okay.
And we have that documented and it's basically teed up. It will take approximately a year to get all of the surveys, baseline studies done to get it in there.
And thank you. And I'm sorry I hadn't read that. My question came from a previous conversation we'd had with staff in which it was implied to me that it was up in the air what that land might be used for if it was contributed to the county. And that's why I was asking that question.
Quick clarifying question. I remember that land when Brian Roberts owned it and he had some plans for development. And my understanding of that land is some of it has a lot of conservation value. Some of it has some commercial value. In this condition 29, does 100% of it go to MALT or is there the opportunity for some responsible economic development?
We're going to leave that to the professionals of the conservationists. We really don't have a strong agenda. And those professionals take in the comments from Floyd Hill, from the school district, from residents, from CDOT, from all those things. I think there's probably a good place to strike some balance with that. All 18 acres to be completely undisturbed, that's one approach. The other approach is they could say, well, we're not in this for tax credit conservation. We're in it to get it conserved so that the constituents of Floyd Hill and the school district are happy. So that's what mulch job is to do, and I'm not going to get in that fight.
Got it.
Obviously, it's very contentious around there, but we have the land, we're willing to put it in there, and however Malt and the Stewarts want to see that done, we're fine with that.
That's why I brought it up, because I've heard some different, I heard different comments. I read different things than what I heard. And just to put it in perspective, 18 acres, which is what you're talking about, that's about 220 yards by 440 yards. It's about an eighth of a mile by a quarter of a mile, a little bit less. 220 by 440 is 20 acres. So it's not really and I'm not criticizing that at all. I'm not in saying that the size, if we start talking about splitting it up for open space and concert, 20 acres is a pretty small piece to split up between commercial residential development and open space and have it have any real conservation value. So I just wanted to bring that up, that it may be an unanswered question on this board.
And this 18 acres technically had an approved land use. This grant is from 2002, but it was 188 approved units and a 40,000 square foot commercial property. There's some value in it. That's why agencies like Malt are very interested in it, because that meets their criteria very well. Versus other conservation, if you have vacant land and you're going to conserve it, there's balances. So they're really targeting lands that have potential for development that they can conserve, for their things. So that's why when we made the ask, they were quick to respond.
Their purpose, so Malt's purpose is conservation of that land as opposed to development of the land, correct? Is that my understanding?
Well, I don't know the mantra of Malt, but Mountain Area Land Trust, preserving our vistas and view sheds, I think is their tagline.
Right.
So, I think it would qualify for that.
So maybe we can put that on the list of unanswered questions. Is there something else that you've made a note of that I said that you'd like to answer? You said something about the property taxes you'd hold.
We can talk about the property tax. For the last 5 years, we've been at 3 million plus tons out of the quarry every year. Mm-hmm. I don't see that changing if we have high quality material to extract. If we don't have the high quality material to extract, that will decrease significantly in the next 5 to 10 years.
Right.
We have the material, it's going to be 3 million. And then our air pollution permit, that's the one production limit that we have. And it's 4.5 million tons. That's a lot of rock. Never say never. We don't anticipate changing that, but that's going to be the high mark as far as extraction. And the low mark is going to be 3 million tons. Denver alone consumes about 18 to 20 million tons of aggregate per year.
Wow.
So, it's going to come from the Wallstrom quarry.
And the real answer at the end of the day is between the county and our assessor and our finance manager and you guys, is whether the value of this land goes up as a result of this. If we approved it, does the value of the land go up, or are we preventing it from going down? Are we adding more money into the county, or are we preventing a loss, which at the end of the day is the same thing, but I just want to make sure we understand in our heads what it really means. We know what to expect, whether it's additive or whether it's stabilization.
I have a quick question for staff. The 5 cents a ton, what does that look like in 20 years? Is that indexed for inflation, or is there any sort of provision to keep the county whole over time?
Yeah, I don't know if I know the answer to that question. I don't know if I know, Brian, if you have any idea either. I know
The way the agreement is written, it's indexed to inflation. It's just 5 cents per ton, period.
So go ahead. I don't want to add any more stuff to your plate to finish clearing the stuff off that I mentioned so far.
The reality of it is that community contribution is significant. We're talking about $200,000. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to take it out of the boots of my guys or the tools that we offer, but we're going, that's a lot of money. And that's over and above and beyond what normal taxation is. So we approached that and we tried to compare these different facilities, that do that. And the only one is the Martin Marietta one. And that's the one that they pulled out land out of conservation. And that quarry is, 22 miles round trip, or $3 to $4 closer to the market. So there's it's a challenge to, I think it's a reasonable approach to contemplate inflation, through that process and what they're doing. But I think it's the same thing. That's a fixed number. It's very generous. It's going to take a lot of work to get there. But that same wheel loader I talked about that cost $2 million that I bought 2 months ago, 10 years ago, that one was 1.1. So, sales tax kind of runs with inflation, got to pay that tax on that same piece of equipment. So there's lots of different variables to that, I think. And then, nobody likes it when they get the dreaded assessor letter in the mail that says your assessment's increased.
That's what I'm getting to is I'm not trying to like play a poker game or barter with you here. That's not the deal. What I'm trying to do is understand based on different conversations and statements I've heard that are incongruous with each other, what to expect so we know based on the real world. What should be done is fair. You're a really good businessman. I appreciate, you're a great citizen of the community. I have no question about any of that stuff at all. It's just like, what's reality? I don't want to anticipate something internally that is not actually, that doesn't turn out to be true or actionable and have us make decisions based on things that we think are happening that aren't actually where we got it wrong, where we anticipated wrong, what it's going to be. Because I've heard conversations that say, well, between the property tax increases and the 5 cents a ton, we could be up around $800,000 a year we'll be getting as a result of this approval. And I'm thinking in terms of increase, I think it's only the 200,000 if the property value doesn't go up and change the assessment, So I just want to make sure we understand that.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, when you say conversations you've had, you're referring to conversations with staff specifically?
Yes.
Not anybody else?
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear for the record, there is no agreement that is actually drafted at this point.
Right.
It's a condition that we've added to, but we will put together an agreement.
Okay, I just wanted to bring up the property tax issue because I saw an opinion that was in the report from the assessor, and then I had conversations with senior staff about what some of the potential things would come out of this are. And I don't want to anticipate something that is completely unfair and would never happen in real life if in fact it won't happen, because it would be unfair to you guys. So
I can tell you if history repeats itself, before we bought the ground, it was zoned or it was leveraged as, agriculture. The previous landowner before my dad bought it was paying about, $800 for a couple hundred acres, running 4 or 5 cows on the property. And when we bought it, we took that off. The assessor 2 years later reevaluated, no more agricultural status. Now it's MR1, bumps up. And then the PD status comes in and bumps up the general status. And then the fluctuation is based on production. Right. So it goes up or down as far as, and so you're going to rob Peter to pay Paul in essence, but it's that big portion where the majority of the spur is zoned natural resource conservation or MR1. So it's going to go to PD to MR1. So it's going to get a big bump right out of the hopper as soon as the assessor gets a hold of it. And, there's no way we can contest that assessment.
Okay.
The rest is all strictly driven on production.
Okay.
And then future investment.
If I may, I think that's a really important detail here that it's just a really important detail to be able to quantify that. And this is where, when I see the statement made by the assessor and I see the county staff's contribution to that fiscal analysis, I don't know if this is a comment for right now to make this decision. I need the information. I'm not sure that's where I'm at, but I definitely know that in the future, that kind of stuff should be included.
I agree. The reason I'm bringing this up is to inform staff. We have criteria that we can consider today, and then we may want to change our criteria for the future. That doesn't affect this one. This is just like as Peter said a little bit ago. We have what if some of these what if our standards change in the future with land use? It's just like getting a building permit. You got the building permit on this date. What was the building code on the date that you got the permit? Because you always refer back to that historic building code. The codes that are in place today are the codes that you would need to operate by throughout the period of this agreement, as I understand.
I would assert it's in our codes because our code says compliance with the master plan, and the master plan says support development that's a net positive.
Yeah. But I mean, once you've approved it, what I'm
You
saying.
can
is
kind of
it's a-
twist that master plan to bring anything into this conversation almost.
That's why we got elected, to try to make a subjective a possible approach to a subjective situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting question, but every element of common sense and what I've heard today suggests that the taxes are going to go up over time.
Well, with inflation, for sure.
Well, and I can tell you in the last 20 years, they've never went down.
Which is
Yeah.
which is why I stated when we were talking about sales tax that the thing we can know is that the sales tax receipts are going to be higher than what's estimated here, right? And it's the same thing that what we can know right now is that the future property tax receipts are probably going to be higher than what's estimated here.
Right.
How much higher? And how important it is to know how much higher is something I'm wrestling with right now.
Yeah, and I think all I was getting at is I don't know that it's a given that because this additional piece of land over here, this 229 acres that you're going to have additionally mining, that 229 acres is now going to have a higher property value and therefore a higher assessment number and a higher tax paid on it. I think that's an unknown at this moment in time. If in fact that's balancing with other land that is exhausted, and so, which brings up another question is what is the question came up, George brought up a little while ago, was really important. Originally thought this was going to last 70 years and then you found out you had all that schist, but not only that, did you find out that you had a little different ground than you thought you had, but the standards changed in your customers. And so therefore you weren't able to get out of it what you thought. And how confident are you in the quality of the material in your new projections? And are they likely to be more reliable based on the science today and your improved technology, or is it still a roll of the dice?
I'm glad I brought this little exhibit. That is a core sample from 400 feet below the spur area. So again, learning from our mistakes, learning from your history. I never drilled the 2002 amendment.
So my point is that you have done a more robust job of data collection and.
Yeah, we drilled almost 1,200 feet of core in 6 different locations to confirm what the geological map said.
Okay.
And tested, also looked for heavy metals. Potential pollutants.
Gold.
Gold. and then also for safety factors. In our mine design, they test the compressive strength of those cores and how they come out, so that the engineers and the professionals, can say, here's your mine plan, here's your design. It's gonna operate like this, and it's safe because we know what the rock's gonna do and the way it's gonna act.
So, but you probably didn't drill any deeper than the floor of what your quarry is right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, we didn't go any deeper than 70.
So you didn't go look for El Dorado that Al Mosch was referring to.
Yeah.
I just have to say, I'm used to dealing with heavy data sets, but that's a pretty heavy data point right there.
All right, thank you for that. That stability in knowing what you got going forward. One thing I'll pop in here is that we are currently a non-attainment area. But we lack data in a lot of areas, and that's why we don't have certain, like we also show no ecological value in Clear Creek County because nobody's done an ecological analysis and evaluation and inventory of Clear Creek County, which we learned recently working with CNHP, the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. And so we are embarking on that as an example to learn more about our ecology. We've also been moving towards getting regulatory. We've gotten regulatory monitors, and we hope at some point to be having them operated in a regulatorily professional manner so that we'll know whether we should or should not be in a non-attainment area based on some of the non-regulatory readings we got up till now on ozone and stuff like that. So the non-attainment thing is, we're a non-attainment area primarily due to lack of data at this time to even know whether we should be, because they've assumed we're not, so they haven't really tested us thoroughly, but we're working on that at this time. Fortunately, I wrote a bunch of this stuff down twice and one thing 3 times. A couple things have been brought up about engine mufflers and stuff like that. We would hope for since it's been brought up, we have passed We have passed the law in Clear Creek County on that, like some of the other counties have now. And we would, and the sheriff's right that he doesn't have a bunch of people running around with sound monitors trying to figure out who's got mufflers on or not. But we are trying to get signage and stuff to let people know that we have put that in place. And I think based on what people have told us, listening to the trucks, we'd like to know that there's a robust engine muffler program to make sure that everybody you're working with. I will say that. I'm just thinking of things people brought up here
Can we
today.
pause right there?
Yeah.
What efforts do you guys take right now to try to keep people who are not your employees from using Jake brakes on their way down the hill?
Yeah, so I think there's
and what's reasonable to expect?
Yeah, I think there's a clear thing here that misconception. Jake brakes and engine mufflers are two different things. We should never restrict a commercial carrier to use their Jake brake or their exhaust brake. What we should regulate is that they use the right mufflers.
Right.
And that's what the regulation shows, and they need to comply with that. So we've taken several steps. We've surveyed all of the truckers that leave our site. There's some, I want to call them bad apples. They're a nuisance, significant nuisance. These are these guys' life and well-being. What's the difference between a gang of Harley Davidsons ripping up the canyon, making a nuisance noise, or the casino buses or stuff like that. But we can kind of control that. And if we can identify the bad apples, if you will, they're not welcome at our site, but it's hard to enforce and regulate, somebody that's out on a state highway. So we provide our facility for this motor carrier division to do inspections on our property. State Patrol collaborates with us all the time. If they have a truck that's a bad actor, they call us. They want to know where he's at, when he left, what he's doing. So we collaborate with the law enforcement, mostly State Patrol and the Motor Carrier Association in that area. The county sheriff doesn't do much work in the canyon with that shape, but we've also are working with CDOT to get better signage so that they respect it, and then do some more heavy lifting with these operators. And keep in mind, we don't own any of these trucks, and half of the trucks, or even more than half, are all customers that send their trucks up there. So it's a challenge, but eventually, if we find out that one guy is just being a complete nuisance and he's driving his truck like a teenager, or a wild Harley Davidson that's just too loud to be loud, we need to find out about it. We need to know who they are. And then we need to measure what is the actual impact. And so we need to understand, there's noise level on Highway 6. Highway 6 is a state highway. It's also a federal truck route. So there's going to be truck noise at Highway 6.
Sure.
But where does it go? And what is the actual that? And so that's why we're trying to study the actual impacts of the noise from trucks down in the Douglas Mountain area.
And I'm kind of thinking of it from the practical, actionable, pragmatic standpoint that doesn't cost what you can even possibly do about it. And so what I'm doing is responding to people who are talking about it, citizens that are saying we're hearing it and it's loud. So, and that some people have the proper engine mufflers and some don't. And I agree. You got to use a Jake brake when you got to use a Jake brake to keep yourself and others alive.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. But you should have that correct engine muffler. And just like the sheriff doesn't have enough people to run around listening to how loud trucks are when he's getting called out to crashes on the highway, neither do the State Patrol. Having the right policies in place, education about those policies, and having, for example, a company policy that says, we don't load trucks without them. This is the policy, you must have it, et cetera. Knowing that just like the sheriff, you can't hire 2 extra people to crawl around under every truck and make sure they got the right equipment, but at least policies in place that tend to be more honor system policies than anything else, but at least everybody knows what your policy is. Might be helpful. And you may be doing that right now, for all I know,
I agree. And I just want to offer a comment in response to what you said as well. I'm satisfied by what you said. That sounds to me like another example of how you go above and beyond to think about your impacts carefully and manage them. And as a person, I trust based on my knowledge of you in the past and the site tour and everything else that, you'll continue to think carefully about your impacts to this community, maximize the positive ones, minimize the negative ones. So I just wanted to say that.
And you'll be really pleased to know that I flipped over the last page and there was just wood under it. So I think there were 2 or 3 things I would just like to say as chair right now, or just Randy right now. That's better. I don't want to do this chair thing. That there were 2 or 3 questions that came up that might beg an answer. One of them is, what are we really talking about on that open space? Whether,
And I can clarify that a little bit more too.
Okay.
I'll let you.
Sure, go ahead, go for it.
Well, just for a little clarity, and I'll go back to the stipulations and conditions that are part of the Exhibit A of the official development plan. It does, like they mentioned, and we put that in there, 28 or number 29. It says Floyd Hill Meadow Conservation Easement, and it says AFS has voluntarily agreed to dedicate a conservation easement to the Mountain Area Land Trust, which is MALT, on that specific parcel to mitigate potential wildlife viewshed impacts resulting from the proposed mining operation. So the intent of that conservation easement is for conservation purposes and to preserve that. At least that's how I see it. Doesn't mean that can't be discussed more, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear that it is in the stipulations and conditions, and
Mr. Chair,
here's that.
I might, so that means there's no further action on that piece of property coming back to this board. Be clear.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree. If that's what everybody is in agreement to as a final condition. Yeah.
I've had that.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it's kind of a little bit of a shame, right? If you drive from Kansas to Utah and look at all the interstate exchanges, there's a handful of them that have no economic development, and that's one of them. And for us to say we're going to eliminate any responsible development there sitting here today, I'm not good with that.
Well, I think that part of the problem is they're only talking about 18 acres of that. And that's bigger, that's a bigger than 18-acre hill. I know that by looking at it. And so there's a particular 18 acres they've offered, which is not that much land.
It's half the meadow.
Okay, so I know this is public records. What is the acreage that you bought from Roberts?
27?
It's like 24 plus the 18.
Okay, I think I'm good with that. So basically you're carving off a piece of it that's the most high visibility, high impact.
It's the pond.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to make sure we weren't recreating something that happened in the not distant past that really made me angry.
I knew this was a really important question to ask, so we wouldn't be angry later. So
this parcel,
I mean,
this is also owned, and my understanding is lacks some of the concerns with the other parcel that's sitting right below a bunch of retention walls that the school built.
Commissioner Marlin, I'm thinking it would be better though if we could have that on the screen if you're referring to it.
I'm referring for the record to parcel 1963122030001. Thank you.
No, I'm good. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. I just didn't want you guys all leave and then we get in a fist fight. That's all.
Well, I wonder what this meeting would look like if that parcel was not in conservation. That's the decisions we've made, Clear Creek County constituents of Floyd Hill, Saddleback, the Jim Whites of the world, what would they say? Yeah, solve. So, it was a strategic decision to conserve that because, again, I think it achieved our goal that we're going to cohabitate together with different various things. I mean, it's not the smartest thing to do with your land to pay an expensive price for the land and then say you're going to conserve it, but it's benefiting the core. So I do resonate that, some sort of development there seems appropriate, but man, I'm not in that fight down there and I watched it.
I'm fine with it being.
As I understand it, as it's written in the packet, is that it's trying to counterbalance and provide some relief to wildlife and viewshed impacts in the broader area.
That's the intention.
And that is meaningful and yeah.
Sean said he's okay. I'm way okay. You're okay with that being a
I
conservation
mean,
easement?
I haven't made any problems with that condition. I
Yeah,
haven't
okay.
mentioned it.
I just want clarification. That was all because of the conversation we had earlier, so. And then the other question was about property taxes, and it seemed like it was a circular discussion that went around and around. It says they will be what they will be as the assessor addresses the property. Is that correct?
I believe Adam did want to speak to that.
Okay.
I'm correct, just to explain what his understanding of what the assessor meant in that.
Yeah, I think after it got discussed, I don't know if I have much to add. Yeah, I think it was my intention, chatting with Diane before she left, that I think her intention was this is what the taxes are now. And because the application didn't say that production was really going to increase, that they would essentially be remaining the same along that kind of line. Yes, they're going to go up when obviously property values go up or how they assess it goes up. But consistently, if production was going to remain the same, I think that at least my intention of what she said is they were essentially going to tax it the same way as they've been taxing it. So I think that's what I got out of that statement.
And it kind of made sense to me that basically the entire property, not just what you have in the quarry now, but the spur and the buffer zones and everything is all property that you own. It's probably all valued at the same level, and that and that the overall value of that property will remain stable, assuming that the production remains stable. And that's what she was trying to state. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, however they assess it, and I'm not the assessor, so I would lean on that, the assessors, but the way they assess it should remain relatively the same because the production is essentially but I would definitely defer to the assessor if you had specific questions on that.
I will share
Strategy right now.
from previous conversations with Diane Settle that she in her communications to us provides the highlights, sort of the meaningful impacts. And when I dig in with, well, what about, the change in zoning on this thing? Isn't that going to affect the value? And she'd say, yeah, it's going to affect the value. It's an insignificant piece of the puzzle relative to the information I decided is important enough to provide to you. That's kind of, if I'm trying to channel Diane Settle, that's what I think we can.
Yeah, from what I know, they assess based on use and not always based on zoning. So we've had zoning districts that are a certain type, but they're only using it this way, so it gets assessed that way. And some people think, wait, I'm zoned this way, shouldn't I be assessed this way? So we do coordinate a little bit, but for the specificities, I would always defer to the assessor's office.
Whatever the taxes are, we'll pay it.
Is it second line to say
Peter.
that?
Write that down. You got it?
Noted for the record.
Oh, we've got it. As I said, I went through my pages stuff.
So I've been thinking about like what kind of conditions might be missing here. You mentioned that that 150 acres is about the area of disturbance that you think you'll need. I imagine that that's bigger than 40 because you've got to combine the schisty stuff with the nice stuff, right? And so is there a disturbance limit that you are willing to accept as a condition that isn't, I also don't want to damage your business, right? But
frankly, the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, are the professionals in that wheelhouse. We're pretty confident that the spur is going to generate high quality material, but we will continue to blend the schist when different jobs come. And, I think there's probably two reasons why to restrict affected area, I guess, or that's 150 acre. Number one is for bonding purposes. You don't want to go just strip all the land and then walk away and then there's nothing left. So I know that the bonding and the jurisdictional regulation of DRMS will cover that. And there's no concern there. The other one's view shed, but I think with top-down mining, that's the way to go. And there will be acreage that comes off, that comes on. But I can't sit here today and tell you how perfectly the mine plan's going to come together. You know, is it going to be all schist, all nice? Is it going to blend? You know, we need to get our haul roads developed to come down from significant high grades all the way down. You know, that's disturbance, all of those different things that all kind of come with a maturing mindset that you have to be adaptive. I'm not comfortable with acreage limit. I guess if we wanted to, we could go half of what the permit is. That would maybe give you some comfort, but it would be, you know, 250 plus acres. You know, that could be the limit, and I could live with that. But 150 would be a little restrictive.
Yeah.
150 at any one moment. That's what you're saying. Is that correct? Am I hearing you correctly?
And the thing I'm hearing too is this group here probably doesn't have the technical expertise to actually quantify what a reasonable number is, yet there is a state agency that's their business.
Yeah, just to add to what Al said, I mean, it could limit our operational flexibility. It's really hard to predict exactly how the mine is going to progress. And so like Al, I have an aversion to accepting a limit lower than what DRMS has.
DRMS has you at 500.
I'm sorry.
DRMS has you at 500.
It's 464 acres. Is the total mining area.
Okay. Right. So, okay. So according, okay. Another reason, yeah, you mentioned the view shed thing. Okay. And are you willing to embrace a limitation on the use of that fill site? I know you already have one with Gilpin County, but I wouldn't mind you having to come ask us for permission too.
What's the fines you're talking about?
So you're asking us to commit as a condition of a Clear Creek ODP that we wouldn't export materials to a different county?
Correct.
To that specific county though, Gilpin and that specific site. Is that what you're asking?
I don't know. I mean, I could be motivated to make the ask more general.
Well, again, this comes to kind of like land use. So like the DRMS, if we were to amend our reclamation plan, you have to kind of embrace the property right? But the regulators and the land use people are there for a reason to make sure that you do it right. So in the circumstances of the DRMS, their first community referral is Clear Creek County. So Clear Creek County has a voice in a reclamation amendment. Same thing with Gilpin County. They're going to send a referral over to Clear Creek, adjacent landowner, and say, what do you think about this? I mean, I can tell you today there's no plans, there's no intentions for that, but I would hate to, restrict future generations or put something on there that says, well, you can't do that because we made that decision today. We don't know what it's going to look like tomorrow. But I can tell you there's no need for it today. And if I have to put more in there, I have to go to Gilpin County to change that grading permit. And it's going to be a big ask to do that, especially
I guess
the history of
bigger question, the larger one for me is you said you're not proud of what that turned out to be because you didn't know it was going to turn out that way. It wasn't tough the way that looked.
No, I wasn't proud of the dust.
Right. That's what I mean.
As far as the project in a whole, I'm pretty proud of it. It served a purpose. There's going to be 25 acres of flat ground up there.
Yeah.
That someday could be developed. It had its benefits, just how we got there. And there were very rare circumstances when those events happened.
What I mean is, starting it over right now, is there a process you would have done differently than you did to get to where you are right now that would have avoided some of this? That's a difference.
It's kind of ironic. I would have done a bottom-up fill instead of a top fill.
So, and that's leading me to the next question is, since you'll be generating more fines, I assume that you will have learned from that and that we'll be using a better process in the future to avoid the same kind of a thing happening wherever and however you dispose of those fines. That's all.
Good point, Randy. I think I'm good with that. The last one on my list is, what do you think about tying that nickel a ton to CPI, Denver MSA CPI. Because just like your trucks go up, our trucks go up.
You're right. A nickel could be nothing in 30 years. Matter of fact, it will be.
It's already
Talking about a
nothing.
mine life of 70.
Just by itself. Well, every 24 years, your purchasing power drops by half if it's 3% inflation. So if we're talking about 50 years, a nickel in 48 years is worth
2 cents.
a cent and a quarter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 50 years. Cut it in half twice.
I think it's a reasonable ask. I'm hopeful that we would be able to increase our sales price per ton, because this is a cost that's going to get passed on to our customer. If I want to keep my guys in good boots, I got to pass this on our customer. So hopefully we can get that. I think it's reasonable to ask for an increase. What that looks like, that makes it very simple and orderly, I think the professionals and the attorneys could write it to where we would do, a 1 cent increase every 10 years.
According to CPI, right?
Well,
Rounding.
Yeah, the last thing right now we've got it very simplified, Originally, we were contemplating not paying this fee on these borrowed materials, these waste, because we're selling material for 10 cents a ton right now, So it's almost costing us more on top of the 5 cents. So we kind of put that out because it's just logistically it makes sense. But I think, a 5 or 10 year cycle to where it's just fixed. And then we're talking about, so now we're going to do 1.038% increase because that's what the CPI increase was versus we're talking in pennies, even though we're talking in millions of tons.
Yeah, but by that time you'll have all this stuff on computers and that'll be really easy. The reason I like the CPI is because if I look at 1 cent for 10 years, that's about, simple interest, not compounding, obviously. But, you're looking at 20% in 10 years, which is 2% a year. And it's actually less than that because if you compound it, it's 1.7% a year. And that's probably not a realistic, all things being relative to inflation, that's not going to be keeping up with inflation. And
the other problem is you want a thriving business, right? And you don't want to hamstring with this extra stuff. And the CPI is great, but aggregates are a very specialized market. The recession could take on, but now there's tons of funding in the pipeline for CDOT, so then it's going to taper off. But then it always lags, and so it's tying it to the consumer price index. We're not talking about food. That's a general index.
it's a variable price too, which means if your production goes down, the amount you pay goes down because it's per ton.
It's true, but which is very rare.
You're making an argument to use purchaser price index, which I think in recent times has moved a little faster than consumer price index.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get to is just make it simple.
Yeah.
What can I afford to do business?
Right.
Right.
What can go and be a part of this community contribution that today is good, but tomorrow is going to be less. So trying to anticipate that, I really think, 1 cent equals $30,000, right? If we do 3 million tons, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in 5 years, if we say every 5 years, it increases 1 cent. So in 50 years.
5 years, that's different. Yeah, I think you said 10 years.
Well, here I am negotiating with myself.
Well, good. Okay, case closed.
This might not be the right place to try and figure this out. I mean, the two things that I agree with are that we should basically keep our purchasing power, and then it should be simple. And whether that's tied to what your average tonnage prices are or whatever it is, I'm fine with letting you guys talk to staff and figuring out something that's amenable to both of you.
And right, I think this is on like the basis of if a nickel a ton now is acceptable, similar purchasing power in the future, and your costs and hopefully prices go up at the same time. So we're just keeping everything stable, right, as we move. And so the thing I'm struggling with, like I could come up with some language to say, index for inflation as measured by the Denver MSA CPI calculated every 5 years. Right. So that you're not having to rerun the calculation every year. 5 years of lost purchasing power doesn't really compound in that horrifying way. That's something that I think we could write right now. Or if you have alternative language that would allow us to get what we want into the agreement, or just, I don't know. What do we think?
Yeah, and I mixed up 5 and 10 a minute ago, so.
I think if you're gonna contemplate this, just have reservations about tying to index. The concept that we could tie it to our average selling price per ton is a manageable goal. Because if our ASP goes up in 5 years, you look at it again, you come up with a percentage and you bump it. If it goes down, same thing, 5 years goes down.
So instead of per ton, you're talking per dollar. The price per.
Yeah, that sounds way better. CPI is sort of an indirect way to get at your average price anyway.
So if it's a percentage of what they, or a percentage of what they sell for, this calculated the same way as the sales tax or something like that, then at least it's reflecting whatever your inflation factors are or deflation factors are.
So now's the time to ask Peter for some guidance about how to take that, because I agree with you, actually. Your average price, your ASP is probably the right thing to index to. How would you write this into this resolution?
So what you would do is when you make the motion, it would be subject to amending or including in the resolution language that staff could draft in conjunction with the applicant to affect what you are trying to do here. Simple language.
And a real easy way to calculate that is going to be a nickel a ton. What's their price per ton today? And
maintain the purchasing power.
What's that?
Maintain the purchasing power. That's essentially what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And one other question on this approval draft for you, Peter. There's a little bit of, I see one instance where, I know these are board findings, right? And there's one instance where this resolution says staff feels. And I think things like that should probably say the board finds. And I'm curious, like, I don't need to quibble if I don't need to quibble. Do I need to quibble?
No, what it is when we finalize the resolution, once it's approved, we will make adjustments for any Scrivener's errors, things like that, in order to make sure that it reads appropriately and is consistent with the legal requirements.
Then I will cease to quibble.
I want to make sure we're clear on the investment. So we're tying it to the average sale price over 5 years? Is that what we said?
I have to leave this up to the accountants, but I think in concept, we wouldn't make it public, but we would digest our average selling price of all of our products, including the waste products.
That's what I saw.
And then that's the one factor. And then the other factor is the 5 cents. So that gives us whatever the ratio is. And then if our ASP goes up, 1% in 5 years, then the next 5 years will go up 1%. Or if it goes up 25%, that fee could go up 25%.
If you know what your ASP is today, and you figure per ton, and you figure a nickel a ton, and you take 5 divided by that ASP, and it's a percentage times your sales price. And so what we really do is assess it like a tiny little sales tax against your sales price. And that it would be calculated like a sales tax. It wouldn't be a sales tax, but that's what the fee would be. And that would come out to nickel a ton right now on average. And then in the future, it would be whatever it is based on whatever your inflation has been in your sales prices.
We would track it, yeah.
Yeah, so it would be calculated just like a sales tax.
So just to be clear, so we're asking for that change. It was 5 cents period per ton. So I'm hearing him say average sale price is probably not going to be going down, but if it does, we're sharing in the risk of getting less.
I mean, yeah. I would expect if we weren't in that situation and your price went way down, you'd come and say, hey, wait a second, this thing is killing us. And we'd be receptive to that to the extent we could afford it. So I'm fine with that.
So what this does is it avoids that. It's fair is fair.
Yeah, fair is fair.
If it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up.
What is 1 cent?
Make sure they're
1 cent.
They seem
increase, right?
Yeah.
or
20%.
I mean, you can make 1 cent increase in 10 years is a 20% increase.
Correct. And I'd be surprised if in 20 years there was a penny. But that would mean that your sales price has gone up by 20%.
Right, but like normal inflation of 3%, if you compound it, it's more than 30%.
Right, that's what I was trying to get to, except I got the math wrong. In 1 penny in 5 years is going to be 20% in 5 years, which is only 2% a year, and actually a little bit less than that
4%.
compounded. Yeah.
I'm looking for that condition. Is 29?
It's 20.
I guess just
28. 4%. You're right.
Okay, 28.
Which is really about 3.5% compounded, 3 to 3.5.
So when the motion is made, what you would do is just modify
10 instead of 5.
condition 28 and direct staff to put language in that's reflective of the decision and discussion today. We will then do it.
So do we want to?
Well, but assuming we get the applicants on board.
I guess two things I wanted to note, that this is a completely voluntary contribution. It's something that we've just offered up. So I hate the idea that we're negotiating something that's completely voluntary and not required. Second, we compared against Martin Marietta. I believe they have a fixed dollar amount per year, and that's it for a fixed amount of time. I believe for 25 years. I may be wrong, but it's a fixed dollar amount. I believe 100,000 or
150,000.
150,000. Yeah. And so we're kind of morphing into another area. And I know from my perspective, I would prefer a simple number that says this is what it is, which is why we have that number in there to start with.
We're talking about 50 years though. And I mean, we're working with the legislature. I'm on a variety of things, and it happens over and over and over. And a good example is the EMS fee, right? It was $1 back in 1989, and then it went to $2 in 2009. It's still at $2 because nobody at the legislature cared enough to do it the right way. And so now we're having to go back to the legislature and try to find out ways of funding rural EMS because they designed it wrong. And we're talking about a 50-year time span here. And I appreciate your comment about the voluntary, and it kind of is in alignment with all the other community support things that have happened. And I think should this pass, we will have an interesting conversation on this side of the table about how that can help the community. But with that said, I think making a promise and keeping it whole over time, that's a real promise.
Yeah, I think, I know you weren't trying to insult us by accusing us of negotiating with philanthropy, okay? However, I would point out that there was a reason that you put it there to begin with, and it was also acknowledged that was in part negotiation in itself. So I don't want to get into that. We were just thinking of something that's fair if your price goes down and you don't get hurt as bad, and fair prices are going up because the contribution is commensurate with the profit, hopefully, that you're able to make as a result. Your volume, your profit, all those things are going up. And so keeping it as a variable that is a relative seems like a good way to predict a healthy relationship where we don't have to renegotiate something in the future.
I think I know how to articulate this in a way that lets you guys figure out the details. And I told you that the thing that I was really struggling with was trying to understand how to weigh and how precise I need to be on the fiscal impacts, to balance out the other stuff. And as we've talked through this, I think I've realized that I can come up with a general enough long range projection in my mind. You've answered a lot of questions about it, that I'm comfortable with it. And that the result of what I think I can calculate in my head is that this balances out to where it is a net benefit to our community. And so I think I'm ready to approve this today. And I don't want to just jump out and make a motion without us having that conversation as a board.
Yeah, and I'd like to be able to have us each of us to make some, anybody here to make some closing statements if they'd like to, prior to any motion. Just there's a couple of clarifications that any of us may want to make. So that are not necessarily conditions of, approval that would be legal or anything like that, but just some thoughts that I'd like to be known publicly. And I'll start by saying some things that will make you unhappy and then maybe something that will make you happier again. If I were knowing what I know today, I know the benefit to the community has been tremendous. The impact of the community in terms of something looks like in the gateway to, and beauty is, I can understand it, man. I'd look at things going up that I'm building and somebody else would go, oh my God, they built another house in my neighborhood. And I'd be looking at that as a thing of beauty in my rear view mirror every day as I was driving away, and it got bigger and better. So I can understand you're looking at that pit and feeling good about it. Most of my neighbors don't feel that way. And if I'd been on the county commission 40 years ago, knowing what I know today, I don't know that whether or not I would have voted for approval. And I thought I want to give a little voice to something that Meredith said when she was here earlier, which is, where do you draw the line and where does it end? Because if this is an appropriate use of this property relative to the surrounding area today, you add to that, that means that the next piece is also appropriate. The next piece is appropriate. And just kind of philosophically, if you think about it logically, that extends forever. And we're in a moment in time where we're trying to think more ecologically about our places. And part of environmental impact is vision and our connection to nature. There's a lot of stuff like that. I'm really glad one of the things, Al, that really kind of sold me and beginning to accept this and think about it in an even more positive light, because I want to say you've been an incredible, you and I don't know each other well, but I know your reputation. You've been an incredible asset to the community and are a very generous person in so many ways. But I know everybody I know says, if we'd only known that hole was going to look like that, and there'd been confusion about what people were told they thought it was going to look like, and we don't even have to go there. I get it. It's protected from the corridor of 6 that you don't see it from 6 from that beautiful canyon. And there was no way that anybody should have ever thought you weren't going to see it from Floyd Hill, which some people thought they were told that, you know. But the other part is, because I'm also hoping that we don't have to just keep doing this and doing this and doing this and adding lanes to highways forever and stuff like that, is that I am term limited and I'm only here for another 21 and a half months, but who's counting? But if you sit out one term, you get to run again. So if 30 years from now, 35 years from now, 40 years from now, you come back and you ask me again, and I'm 110 years old sitting on this county commission, just, there's no promises, okay? I can't guarantee that the next one will be, that I'll be into it, but I was really impressed with your operation the other day and your citizenship in the community. Also, those aren't qualifying factors and criteria that Peter will allow me to use to make a decision, but they're all part of what we think about. So,
I want to speak to that too. I looked at this, and there are privately owned parcels that aren't included in this plan right now, and I think we all know what that means. So they're owned by you, and that probably means that you're keeping your options open to ask for further expansions in the future. I think we need to leave it to a future board to think about those things and make those decisions. And maybe we'll be in an entirely different context of the construction materials we use and everything else, and the idea of hard rock mining as a crucial input is not viable. I don't know, but I think we can leave that to a future board. And, so sorry, I just piled on your comment.
That's okay. And the part that was supposed to make you feel a little better was that I love what you're doing with the reclamation up there, with what I saw. And I have a question about that. A lot of that stuff is really nubby. It's that tall right now. How long does it take for that to mature into the full-blown mountain mahogany?
Oh, I mean,
depends on the rain.
We're watching them right now. They're 1 inch, 2 inches after 5 years. But once they get 2 or 3 feet and they start shedding themselves, I think they're really gonna pop. But mountain mahogany is a very, very slow growing plant. The grasses sometimes are 3-4 feet high now.
Anything else, Randy?
Nope.
I will maybe just a little bit repeat what I said before. I think it's just been a really impressive process and extremely professional. And I think that our conversation today was appropriate and professional, and appreciate what you guys do in our community. And yeah, I look forward to approving this.
The only thing I would add to that, to avoid repeating anything else, is and agreeing with what was said by both of you. I think when we get elected, we make a commitment to make sure that the concerns by the community and the facts on the ground are heard and robustly, possibly ad nauseum, evaluated in these hearings. And I think we've accomplished that today. I hope we've accomplished that today. I hope that the people on both sides of this opinion feel like we have accomplished that today.
Just so you know what it feels like on our side, when I got on county commission in '89, it took me about 3 or 4 meetings to realize that we were voting about 4 or 5 times every night. And that every time we voted, we reshuffled our constituency like shuffling a deck of cards and playing them out differently, putting them in 2 piles, and the piles just kept changing. And it changes on every vote because the way people are impacted by it. I see people in the audience who are going to be really happy if this passes, and people are going to be really sad if it passes, and vice versa. And so it struck me that after about 1 month, I'll use the politest words I can, made somebody angry, made everybody in town angry at least once inside of every 2 months or something like that. And so, yeah, you lose a few friends over it when you choose to take this job, but you knew it was going to happen. It's inevitable. It comes with it.
Okay, I'm gonna put my neck out here and make a motion.
Commissioner Marlin, so are we going to land on this increase to let staff and our accounting department figure that out, or?
Here's what I intend to say in this. Modifying the 28th condition of approval, the voluntary community contribution, to allow for an adjustment based on changes to the average sales price of materials produced on site over time. I think that lets you guys get precise about that without us having to get precise about it right now.
And you might would it be appropriate to say to make it the equivalent of a nickel a ton at today's price?
It's already in condition 28, isn't it?
Or do we need the time definition in there so we're clear on what the,
Yeah, is that reconciling every 5 years, every 10 years?
based on how you just say it, it almost sounds like it's every year as opposed to every 5.
I just, when I say over time, my intent in that is to allow you guys to figure out if it needs to be calculated every year, every 5 years.
I think we do need direction from the board on what their expectation is. So if you are anticipating every 5 years, we can put the wording, but we need to know, is the average going to be?
I think 5 is a
about
good
every
number.
5.
I think you don't have to change it every year if you base it on a percentage of sales price instead of a nickel a ton, but figure out what the percentage per ASP dollar is, okay, based on a nickel a ton today in today's ASP, to develop that percentage, and then it's self-adjusting. It's the same thing. It's like
I guess I'd look back over here. I mean, they did ask for an easy way to calculate this, and I don't know if that meets that, but
I think every 5, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the downside of doing it every year is if it does go down, I mean, that stinks having a revenue source go down that you've assigned a job to. Every 5 years is kind of like, that's a pretty long time to have stability, and it's a homework assignment that's not really that complicated, that shows up every 5 years, and then you repeg it for the next 5 years.
I guess I have a different idea of what's complicated, which is you develop a percentage established today and it self-adjusts every day. You don't ever have to worry about it. And it's based on a nickel a ton today, based on your ASP.
And just to recalculate everything every year. I don't know. I'm trying to be somewhat.
The percentage never changes.
I hear what you're saying. We could figure out how to calculate this. I just don't know that we can actually get. I mean, it's kind of like trying to figure out how to calculate carrying capacity. Like, I don't know the factors involved, and I don't want to force them to try to go down that very complicated rabbit hole.
It also forces an additional math problem every year.
Well,
it's not.
you could calculate something that doesn't have to adjust, that just adjusts. But
Still gotta get the prices.
getting to that calculation in a way that's accurate today is something I don't know that
You take, what you would do is take like ASP/ton, ASP in parentheses ton, 5 cents divided by that. And that equals a percentage, and then it becomes in perpetuity, the percentage that you charge per dollar of sale instead of per however many dollars of sale. Per dollar of sale, it's a percentage per dollar of sale, just like a sales tax, equaling, calculated to come out to be a nickel per ASP, per ASP ton today. That's all you have to do. I mean, you could do it in 5 minutes, or you could do it in 30 seconds.
I think we're all good with that. It's just the frequency of, do you repeg it every 5 years, every 10
I'm gonna
years?
suggest a bio break for about 5 minutes, to allow.
5 minutes?
10 minutes to allow the applicant to talk amongst themselves and
Sure.
to work with.
That's fair enough. I'm trying to suggest something really, it's actually simple in the long run. We never have to think about it again.
Would that be possible?
I mean,
5 minutes.
okay. I think I'm ready to go with 5 years, and I'd make a motion right now if the board would hear it, but then we can be done.
I'm good with 5 years.
Yeah.
It's a contribution that they don't even have to pay. I mean,
Yeah.
we're doing it.
Okay, we're officially taking, I was asked to say, we're officially taking a 5-minute bio break.
So we're on break?
We're on break.
Anyway,
Meeting's back in order.
alumni set up a fund. It takes like, you're up for a month and for free. And she's going.
Well, you guys are wearing me out today. I can't imagine what you go through. It's what we can commit to. We're going to make this simple, and this is our commitment. We will do 1 cent every 5 years. And I can appreciate that it's not tied to it, but this is a community contribution that will grow. And frankly, we're not negotiating approval or to change a resolution based on this fee. So this is what we're willing to volunteer to give. And then, we started, we don't want to go down this path.
Right.
What we're willing to give is 5 cents today, and every 5 years, we will increase it by 1 cent, period.
Well, I think that comes out to probably about a 3.5%. You know what I'm saying? 3.5% inflation rate compounded. I don't remember exactly. Sean could do that faster than me. And the thing I was thinking about was, having been a businessman myself, and this is the other thing I wanted to talk to you about now I remember what was going to make you feel happier about me than the other stuff I said a little bit ago. And so now I got two things to say. A little while ago, I said the only fiscal analysis we have is what you provided to us. That wasn't meant to be an insult. It's that I've had to, go in and compete against 3 or 4 competitors and interview on jobs, fixed prices to build homes at a few $1,000,000 and stuff. And nobody ever said, which of the 4 of you should I pick? They knew my answer, and they would say, why should I pick you over all the others? And all that means is that, and the reason I got to go in was because, I believed in high quality, and you guys, you're very high quality people, so it's not that, it's just that your job is to provide is to, first of all, believe in your own product and provide an assessment of your financial future that's positive, because you better be believing in that if you're going to be successful. And so that's what you're going to present to us, and that's the only fiscal analysis we have to look at. And so that's all I meant by that. And then all I was doing a little bit ago was thinking about also in business when certain kinds of recessions have hit, where my business went in the toilet while everybody else was flying. And so a CPI wouldn't have been fair to me in that situation. And so if your price had plummeted while other prices were soaring, and you were connected to a CPI, you'd be begging for mercy, which is why I was saying divide a nickel by your average price per ton today. And that's a percentage that you multiply times your annual volume, and that comes out the same as a nickel a ton, only it automatically self-adjusts. But what you're doing is offering us something that's probably about a 3.5% inflation rate at raising it a penny every 5 years. So, and that becomes a little bit less over time because it's a lesser percentage over time. A penny over 10 is not the same as a penny over 5, but it comes out about the same. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm going to suggest at this time that a motion be made and we move forward with concluding this hearing.
I'm okay with a penny every 5 years.
Okay. In that case, I move we approve resolution number 23-22 that approves rezoning case RZ 2022-001, allowing for corrections of scrivener's errors and modifying the 28th condition of approval, that's the voluntary community contribution, to allow for an adjustment of that contribution of 1 penny per ton every 5 years.
With a base starting at 5 cents.
With a base starting at 5 cents.
Second.
Do I have a motion and a second for approval? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There went 6 more friends.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Good job, Adam.
So, Mr. Chair, on the agenda, we have 3 executive sessions. At the conclusion of this regular agenda, I just want to bring that up because I don't know if the wishes to go right into executive session.
I think now is the time, and sooner is better than later, because the sooner we're in, the sooner we're out.
Okay.
These are your money.
Might be John's.
We are at the conclusion of our regular session.
I was going to say that. I was just waiting.
Oh,
for
no.
concurrence.
No, I understand.
He was clarifying.
Waiting for everybody to.
I mean, the only other option, Randy, is that we take a half hour.
More paper than I need.
You guys probably need to eat, huh?
I'm not gonna, yeah, it's a half hour later until I eat.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You could like go try to, forage.
Yeah, go hit the Reese's Cups in Megan's office.
Okay.
That's where I'm going. Sounds good. I didn't know there was food.
Every time I walk by.
You'd rather just go now.
Yeah.
Executive session right now.
Oh.
Yeah, the board is in recess until probably about 5 minutes.
Awesome. Well, good. Well, pleasure working with you.
Yeah, you too. I'm excited that it's a done deal.
Yeah. I know. For us, it's like the biggest in our history, really. 2002 was big.
So we're resuming we're back in session. This is actually the end of our business session today, our regular session. Other than that, I move that we move into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 246424B, 4B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning financing and funding mechanisms for purchase of 4 mobile home parks in Clear Creek County. Pursuant to CRS 246424B, for the county attorney conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning current and potential claims and litigation against the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office and coverage of claims through the Colorado County's casualty and property pool administered by CTSI, and pursuant to CRS 246424B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's open space commission.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. We will return back to this meeting only for the purpose of adjournment after the executive session, so there's no more business to hear from us today.
Yeah, you're probably not.
Okay, we have returned from our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are adjourned for the day.